This March 16th meeting of the Boulder County Planning Commission will now come to order. This is Planning Commission Chair Sam Libby. Due to COVID-19 concerns, this meeting is being held virtually. Information on how to participate has been posted to the Planning Commission website at boco.org/PC. There will be an opportunity to provide public feedback and comment on the dockets listed in the agenda during the respective virtual public hearing portions of each item. I'll provide instructions about that when we get to each docket on the agenda. We'll start with a roll call for planning commissioners. Sam Libby here. Gavin?
Here.
Dave?
Here.
Mark?
Here.
Sam Fitch?
Here.
And Ann?
Here.
Thank you. Reminder to the commissioners, please identify yourself before speaking during the hearings and speak slowly and clearly. All of our votes will be roll call votes where I'll call out your names and you'll vote aye or nay or abstain. Please keep your video on when possible during the hearing and remain on mute until you want to speak. And when you begin speaking, identify yourself like this is Planning Commissioner Sam Libby, and we'll move on from there. First agenda item is going to be review or approval of the minutes or any corrections. Is there any discussion or a motion for the minutes?
I'd move to approve. This is Commissioner Goldfarb.
Commissioner Bloomfield, I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? I'll move on to a vote. Sam Libby, aye. Gavin?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Sam Fitch? And Ann?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. All right. Are there any staff updates from staff?
I do have a couple of staff updates. Kim Sanchez, Deputy Director of Community Planning and Permitting. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Thank you for being here this afternoon. First, I wanted to congratulate Ann Goldfarb for being reappointed to the Planning Commission for another term. You've seen that Todd Quigley and Leishan Gargano both have, I'm sorry, not Leishan. Melanie, yes, I'm so sorry, just blanked on that. Melanie's terms both ended, and the commissioners are interviewing and figuring out who to appoint for the 2 vacancies, since neither of them reapplied. So once we have an update on the reappointments, I will let you know, and hopefully we'll have 2 new commissioners joining the board for our next hearing next month. So that's the update on this Planning Commission. The second thing that I wanted to know is just about today's agenda. So you may have noticed that we have a specific start time for the Article 19 500 regulations that are being proposed, and that is 5 o'clock. And the reason we did that is because we expect there to be a substantial amount of interest on that docket for the Marshall Fire community, the residents that we've been meeting with so far and their design professionals. So we just wanted to set a specific start time for that docket, so they would have some predictability around, when that might be expected to begin. If we don't finish the special use review prior to 5 o'clock, we'll continue until you make a recommendation and decision on that docket. But hopefully, we will be able to begin the Article 19 Marshall Fire rebuilding regulations around 5 o'clock as anticipated. If we finish early, then we'll just take a short break until 5 o'clock. So that's the plan for today. Any questions? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim. All right, back to my script here. All right, so we have the 2 agenda items, as Kim mentioned today, to proceed through. At this time, I'll take an opportunity to explain the public hearing process for both items. As I mentioned before, there'll be an opportunity to provide public comment remotely through the Zoom meeting on the items that we've specified that there will be comment for, which is both of these. The order of presentation for today for both agenda items will be: first, we'll hear from staff in their presentation, then the applicant in the case of the first docket item. Then we'll have our own discussion and questions for the applicant, move into public comment at that point from any individuals that wish to speak. Some or many of you have already signed up in advance, and we'll call on those folks first in the order that you signed up. However, if you did not sign up, you can still sign up by putting your name and address in the chat, and Anna will get you on the list there. Please direct your comments to us, to the commissioners. I'll direct any questions that arise to the appropriate parties, whether it's follow-up from us or to staff. Please focus on comments, not questions, to the commissioners or to staff. Once we've heard all the testimony or comments, the hearing will be closed at that point, and then we'll then discuss and take a vote or take an action. Everyone is welcome to speak. What we do have is some limitations on that. You don't have to be signed up ahead of time, but you do have to give your name and address in the chat if you wish to speak. If you joined by computer, you can speak through Zoom through your microphone. If you've joined on the phone, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so once it's your turn to speak on Zoom, actually we'll move you into the participant status so that you'll be able to unmute and speak. You can turn video on if you wish. We'd ask that you do if you can. And once you're finished, we'll then demote you back to the room as an attendee. If you are dialed in only by phone to the meeting, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and then we'll unmute you at that time when it's appropriate to call on you to provide comment. When it's your turn to speak, the system will request that you unmute yourself with *6, and then you'll want to make sure on your phone that you're not muted as well by the phone itself. Then once you're unmuted, we should be able to hear you. We'll ask you to state your name and address for the record. In terms of timing, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. There will be a timer that is running in the background that will beep audibly over the web meeting when your time is expired. And we ask you to then finish your thought and close your comments. You can pool time among multiple speakers. Up to 3 minutes per person can be pooled for a maximum of 10 minutes, which would be for 4 people. We'll have to have those people here in the meeting if you want to pool time, and you'll want to identify yourself as you begin speaking that you're going to pool time or put your information in the chat. Everyone does have to be in attendance for the pooling to be accepted. Please don't put any comments or questions in the Zoom chat box during the meeting as either an attendee or a presenter. It's only to be used for speaker sign up. Please remain on mute when possible. We will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. There's no public screen sharing offered for public comment, although the applicant is welcome to share a presentation. And if you do have one, please have it pulled up and ready to share as the applicant. I think that's it. So we're now going to move into the first docket item. This is opening the public hearing for docket SU-20-0005, Hillside School Modifications. We'll be hearing, I think, from Sam, and we can go to the staff presentation first. Mark has a statement, I think, to make right before that.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Just a disclosure statement. A project that I'm invested in has been working with Caddis as the architects for some time now. Additionally, Brian Bowen joined the board of Better Boulder this month, an organization that I've been a part of for about 5 years. I haven't had any discussion with anyone at Caddis about the Hillside project, and my relationship with them won't impact my ability to be impartial. Just wanted to get that on the record.
Great, thanks, Mark. All right, Sam, over to you.
Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Walker. I was the staff planner assigned to review this docket, which is again SU-20-0005, the Hillside School Modification at 7415 Lookout Road. Can everyone see my PowerPoint? Good. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so just to orient everyone, now we're going to take a look at a map and then a summary and then a few more maps, then we'll get into the meat. I will say I'm going to be moving kind of fast. There is quite a bit of information in this presentation, so I'm trying to cover as much as I can. Of course, I'm available for questions as soon as the presentation is over. So that being said, this is a vicinity map of the property. You can see the property highlighted in red directly in the center. We are just east of Gun Barrel on the north side of Lookout Road within the Gun Barrel Green subdivision. So project overview, the owner of the property is the Hillside Learning Center. Brian Bowen is the current agent on behalf of Caddis PC for the project. The parcel is about 1 acre in size and it is a legal building lot. There's an existing 4,262 square foot school building on the parcel, as well as a parking lot and a play area. And then the operation of the school currently is with 64 students aged 6 to 14 years. They attend in 2 sessions of 32 students each, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And the request that we're reviewing today is a special use review to modify an existing special use review and site-specific development plan. We're modifying SU 2003-009 to approve the phased construction of a new school building as well as the reconstruction of the existing school building for a total floor area of 14,284 square feet, containing 13 total classrooms for up to 136 students, again split into 2 morning and afternoon sessions of 68 students each. This is an aerial map of the parcel from 2020. So we see Lookout Road running along the southern property line. This is the existing school. The building is roughly in the center of the lot. The parking area is to the south of that. And then we have this open field with some play structures and things like that in the northern portion of the lot. The other things I'll point out are the surrounding neighborhood. This is the Gun Barrel Green subdivision. And on the adjacent lot to the west, we have the Niwot United Methodist Church. That's relevant because part of this proposal is that they will share their parking with Niwot Methodist Church because they can't meet all of their parking directly on site. So this is a comprehensive plan map. There are no resources identified by the comprehensive plan on the subject parcel. Next, we're looking at a geologic hazard map. So we've identified the entirety of the parcel as having very high swelling soil potential, as well as everything around it. It's very common for the plains areas of the county. Zoning of the property is suburban residential, as you can see on this map. And finally, we have a planning areas map indicating that this lot or this parcel is located within the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan planning area. So this is a site plan showing the existing conditions. So essentially the same information that we saw on the aerial. So we see the existing 4,262 square foot school building, the existing parking lot with 19 spaces that's proposed to remain largely unchanged as part of this project. And then we have some play areas on the northern portion of the property, and then the parking area for the church on the adjacent property. This is the proposed site plan. I do want to note at this point that this is the second site plan, or maybe the third site plan that the applicants have submitted to staff. This application was originally referred out with a different site plan in 2020, I think August of 2020. There was quite a bit of feedback received from the neighborhood as well as from staff. And so they came in with revised designs, which were referred out again in December of 2021. So most of this presentation is going to address the revised designs because that's what was reflected in the staff recommendation. However, I do want to note that some of the comparisons that we're going to be showing are comparisons to the previous design or between the previous design and the new design, not so much the current existing characteristics of the parcel and the proposed design. So I'll try to be very clear about that when I'm showing those different aspects of the project. This site plan is the currently proposed site plan that staff is recommending approval of. So we're showing the existing parking area, which will be improved but largely remain the same. Then we have phase 1, which is a new building, a new 1-story building in the northern portion of the parcel. This is that largely vacant area currently. And then phase 2 will be reconstruction of the existing school building in the middle of the parcel. The other thing I'll note about the phasing is that, as was mentioned in the staff recommendation, there is no specific timeline associated with the phasing. I asked the applicants about that, and they said they don't have a specific timeline because their phasing is based on their amount of fundraising. So they're not entirely certain how close or far apart phase 1 and phase 2 construction will happen. Now we have a drainage plan. This is included largely because one or two of the recommended conditions of approval address the drainage plan. Staff do feel that this drainage plan adequately addresses drainage on the property. This is a landscaping plan, again, included in case we need to take a look in more detail. A few of the public comments related to the re-referral or the revised design for the application talked about the landscaping, so I've included it here in case we need to take a look. This slide discusses a few kind of specific details of the proposal that were addressed in the staff recommendation as well. So in the first section, we have parking requirements for the proposal, which are outlined in Land Use Code Article 4-504E3 and 4 for educational facilities. So there are differing requirements for essentially K-8 classrooms versus any other educational facility like a high school or a college. And so this just kind of outlines the specific number of parking spaces that are required according to the applicant's proposal. And then notes again that they are proposing to meet their additional parking needs on the adjacent parcel to the west. Then the second half of the slide discusses the it summarizes the justifications for the size of the development. This is quite a large structure, or two large structures. And that size is related to the specific mission of the school. I won't go into too much detail here, but it is outlined there and summarized based on the narrative that was submitted as part of the application. This is a floor plan of the first floor. So in this floor plan, north is to the right. So this structure is phase 1, again, in that currently vacant portion of the parcel, which is most of the proposed classrooms. There are 8 in this phase, and then phase 2 is on the left, the middle portion of the parcel, which is again the reconstruction of the existing school building. And there are 3 more classrooms there. Now we have a second floor plan. So phase 1 again is to the right, north is to the right, and that is a 1-story building. So we are only looking at the second floor of phase 2, which shows a community room and a few offices and things like that. Now we're looking at proposed elevations. So these are the revised elevations that were sent out for referral in December of 2021. Up top, we have the north elevation. This is what will face into Gun Barrel Green, the subdivision, away from Lookout Road. So we have phase 1 in the foreground, and then phase 2, the 2-story building in the background. On the bottom, we have the eastern elevation, which is again what faces kind of toward Gun Barrel Green in the subdivision. If you were facing into the property from Lookout Road, this would be the right-hand side. I'll note here that we have a Celestry level to the structure, but it is 1 story. There is only 1 floor of actual classrooms. Here we have a south elevation. So this is the elevation that will face toward Lookout Road. And then at the bottom, we have the western elevation, which faces toward the church on the adjacent property. I've also included a few slides of the additional renderings that were submitted by the applicants. So these are just to kind of illustrate a little bit better what the design of the proposed design will look like, and we can come back and take a look at these if we need to. A few more renderings showing aerial photos or aerial views of the proposed structure. The applicants also, as part of their resubmittal of designs, provided a viewshed analysis, which we'll go over for the next few slides. So on the right, we have the previous design, which was a large 2-story building kind of following the eastern parcel boundary, which was directly impacting a few of the residents' views over there. And so they've now updated the design. They've made that building a 1-story and more centrally located within the lot. And so this is to kind of illustrate that they've improved the sight lines from those neighboring properties. Now we have a few comparison elevations. So on top, we have the previous submittal. So this was the original application referral, which was again a 2-story structure along the eastern parcel boundary. And then we're showing a relative or a new elevation, a revised elevation based on the new designs that were referred out in December on the bottom. One thing I'll note here, this is probably a question for the applicant. This was unfortunately cut off in my copy. I believe this dotted line up top shows the height limit, which is 35 feet in the suburban residential zoning district in this particular area. This is a comparison rendering showing the view from Gun Barrel Circle. So the previous design again is up top and the revised design is down at the bottom. And same thing here, we have the previous design up top. This would be the view looking into the property from Lookout Road. So on the south parcel boundary facing north. We have the previous design up top and the revised elevation down at the bottom. And the same view here just rendered onto street view. Now we'll take a look at a few site photos. Some of these were taken by another planner after the previous referral, and some of them were taken by me. I'm just mentioning that because some of them have snow and some of them look absolutely pleasant. And so in this photo, we're facing north into the property from Lookout Road. This photo, we're facing northwest. So this is the parking lot on the adjacent parcel. That is the Niwot Methodist Church, Niwot United Methodist Church. This photo, we're on the east side of the existing school building, which you can see on the left, facing mostly north, a little bit northeast into the property. So this was the original proposed location, which we've now changed. This photo is from Gun Barrel Circle looking directly west, so we can see the existing school building, the fence line that was mentioned in those comparison elevations, as well as the entrance to the property from Gun Barrel Circle, which is proposed to remain as a pedestrian entrance. This photo we're facing southwest across the site. It's a little bit difficult to see, but the property does generally slope upward away from this vantage point. So the slope is going up toward Lookout Road, which is on the other side of the fence line that you can see up here. This is facing north toward the adjacent property owner who we did receive comments from. Just a general view of the kind of vacant area where they're proposing phase 1 to be constructed. Standing in the middle of that area, facing directly west again toward the church. Another view of the play area, vacant area. And then a few more photos. This is outside of that area, facing generally in the same direction. You can see the slope a little bit better in this photo, so it's generally going away from my vantage point to the north. And another view from Gun Barrel Circle, just to kind of reflect the comparison elevations that were submitted by the applicant. This last photo is from Mount Evans Place, which is north of the project or the parcel and connects to Gun Barrel Circle where we were just standing. So we're looking toward Niwot Road to the south. This is that existing school building, the northern adjacent neighbor, and the church on the western adjacent property. So in terms of referral responses, I will try to go through these really quickly. We did get comments back from quite a few people. The access and engineering team, the development review team with the county, noted that the applicants needed to provide a revised a new pickup and drop-off plan, an access permit. They'd need a signed parking agreement with the church, and they'd need to meet ADA parking requirements, I think bike parking requirements as well. They also asked originally for a revised drainage plan, and that's because some of the information in the approved drainage plan was not quite clear. They required erosion control and construction staging. Generally, we got standard comments from our building team. The Niwot Sanitation and Left Hand Water District both expressed no concerns about the proposal, although they noted that the property may need to upgrade their services as a result of the increased size of development. The Fire Protection District noted that sprinklering would be required in all of the structures and that these plans submitted for permitting need to show access for fire apparatus within 150 feet of the first floor of the building. Xcel Energy had no concerns. They noted they had some utilities on the property and that they shouldn't be damaged during construction. And then we received responses of no conflict and no response from a few other, we received responses of no conflict or no response whatsoever from several other referral agencies. For public comments, I've tried to summarize them in terms of the original referral and the re-referral. So here we have the original referral. We sent 531 notifications and received 35 responses. There were 12 of those responses that expressed concerns with the application, which I've tried to summarize in that bullet point list. We also received 23 responses of support from the community, which kind of most of them just expressed general support, although some of them did mention specific things that they felt the project was addressing. And so I've tried to summarize those as well. For the December 2021 re-referral, we sent the same number of notifications to adjacent property owners. We received 13 responses that time. 4 of them dissented with the project. They noted some additional concerns. Some of them said that the revised designs didn't necessarily address their original concerns with visual impacts. The school had not been good about reaching out to the community. Still concerns about sound mitigation and the potential for landscaping on its own to pose visual impacts. And then the rest of the comments received from the re-referral or the re-notification were generally similar to the supportive comments from the first round. So now we're going to take a brief look at some of the SU criteria. Again, I'm going to move through these pretty quickly because I felt like maybe more of them than normal were relevant. So I've tried to include everything that I needed to. So the first standard that we'll take a look at is that the use will comply with the minimum zoning requirements as well as all applicable other requirements. So this is an allowed use through the special use review process in the suburban residential zoning district. In this case, we're seeking to modify an existing special use approval that's existed in some form or fashion since, I want to say, the 70s. They are, or based on if they meet their conditions of approval, they will meet all of the required parking. There's a condition of approval that they have to obtain all applicable permits at the local, state, and federal level. They will not exceed the floor area cap that is addressed in Land Use Code Article 4-602, which is 15,000 square feet for an existing community use that was approved prior to November of 2010. And then, of course, they have to meet building code with their new construction. Next, we'll look at criteria 2, which is the use compatibility criteria. We want to make sure that the proposed use will be compatible with the area. So as I said a few seconds ago, this parcel has been used as a school in some form or fashion for about 50 years. It was originally approved as a daycare center and then has steadily increased in capacity in terms of students since then to 2003, which is the special use review that we're modifying, which approved the use of the property as a school for 110 students. So the surrounding area is residential in nature with the exception of the church on the adjacent property. This proposal is for non-residential floor area. However, staff do feel that a school is compatible with a residential neighborhood. The close proximity of a school to a residential neighborhood increases access for the students who may want to attend it. The proposed maximum height, at least the condition of approval that we're recommending, which is a cap on the height at 30 feet above existing grade, is 5 feet lower than the allowed height within the zoning district and within the subdivision. So we feel that the height is compatible and that the proposed increase to 136 students is also compatible. The school is currently approved for 110 students, and we don't anticipate significant additional impacts by increasing that number to 136. Next, we'll take a look at criteria 4, which talks about the over-intensive use of land and the excessive depletion of natural resources. We want to, of course, avoid those things if possible. So their proposal is for 14,238 square feet of structure on a 1 acre parcel, which equates to 43,560 square feet of land. The county does not identify or use a floor area ratio as part of our review standards. However, that gives us a rough floor area ratio of 0.33. Staff did not feel that this was an over-intensive use of the land because the overall size of the structure is necessitated by the curriculum style that the Hillside School uses with low student to teacher ratios. And then they also increase their overall footprint in order to try to mitigate some of those visual impacts compared to the original design. So that's why they've expanded their impervious area so that they can lower the height of the building, keep it all one floor so that we're reducing visual impacts to the neighbors. And then there is quite a bit of impermeable area. However, the drainage plan staff felt adequately addressed that because they are doing stormwater detention and have pervious landscaping on site. So they're not really increasing or changing their runoff to the surrounding area. Next, we'll look at criteria 7, which states that the use will support the multimodal transportation system and won't have negative impacts on transportation or create traffic hazards. They do have legal access because they're adjacent to Lookout Road. We're requiring them to submit an updated pickup and drop-off plan. There are details of that in the recommended conditions of approval. They'll also need City of Boulder approval because Lookout Road in this area is a City of Boulder right-of-way. So they'll need the City of Boulder's approval of the transportation system impact study that was originally submitted with the application, the pickup drop-off plan that they need to submit to us, and then they'll need an access permit from the City of Boulder. They'll also need to show us where they're going to stage materials and have workers park during construction. We're requiring a plan for that. We're recommending that a plan be required. We also want a revised parking plan that shows that they're meeting their ADA and land use code requirements, those being the land use code requirements being bicycle parking and EV parking. And then they have to provide a signed parking agreement with the church stating that they can use the church's parking lot to meet their additional parking needs that aren't met on site. Next, we'll talk about criteria 8, which talks about not resulting in significant air, odor, water, or noise pollution. So staff did not feel that the proposed use would have, there were several public comments expressing concerns about noise pollution by increasing the number of students. There will be more noise on the property. Staff didn't feel that that would be a significant impact because the students won't be outside all day. They may be outside sometimes, but not for their entire session. And then they are still subject to the county's noise ordinance, and the school has limited hours of operation. We don't have a condition of approval reflecting this, but currently the school only operates from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Criteria 9 talks about visual impacts of the use being adequately buffered or screened. And so the proposed design that we're looking at today and that staff is recommending approval of was based on feedback from the neighbors. They did decrease their visual impacts as illustrated by the view shed analysis, as well as kind of the reduced east-west massing and the reduction in height for the structure. Again, the proposed max height is 29 feet 6 inches. We're recommending that they just not be allowed to exceed 30 feet above existing grade, but the height limit is 35 feet in this zoning district and in the subdivision. And we didn't have any concerns with visual impacts to the Lookout Road right of way. So that's of course not all of the site plan, or excuse me, the special use review criteria. We can talk about those if the commissioners have any questions about the criteria that I didn't cover as part of the presentation. But all that being said, staff is recommending a conditional approval of docket SU 20-0005, the Hillside School Modification. We recommend that you recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners for this docket, subject to the conditions that were outlined in the staff recommendation. And I do have the full text of those conditions on the next 2 slides if we need to take a look. Other than that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Sam. What questions do we have prior to the applicant's presentation? Okay, I have a couple quick ones, Sam. First, on the square footage limitation or the sizing, we mentioned 15,000 square feet, which is the max for the zoning for that parcel. This is under that, of course. I didn't see any mention of it, but I assume that the plan meets any of the setback requirements for that zoning area.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then other one briefly was, I didn't see any conditions around construction or deconstruction access. We've seen those in the past. I wasn't sure if there's any need for that or discussion of that, given kind of Lookout Road being relatively busy and the concerns about access from Gun Barrel Circle. Was there any discussion about how construction access or deconstruction would be provided?
Not a lot. I think we have Jen Severson, who did the access and engineering. That's typically where those comments come from. I believe she's here. So I don't know that there was a specific reason that we didn't require them in this case. If I had to guess, I would say that it's because we have the existing parking area. They're most likely not going to be doing construction on the school while students are there. So there's not going to be, they can stage things in the parking lot would be my guess. But that's why we required the staging and worker parking plan, which should cover most of that, I would imagine.
Okay, if that plan will cover it, that's sufficient. Thanks, that's all my questions. Anybody else have questions?
Based on yours. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, this is Commissioner Shu. Quick question. So the recommended conditions include a height limit of 30 feet, but the proposed height maximum is 29 feet 6 inches. Why is there the reason? What's the reason for having an additional height limit when the proposal is less than 30 feet?
So that's based on a discussion that I had with Mr. Bowen, who can maybe speak more to it. But the reason that we're recommending a cap of 30 feet is that functionally the 6 inches probably won't make a whole lot of difference in terms of visual impact. But it's not uncommon that the height will change slightly between the proposal that we look at during the planning review and the actual building permit submittal. So that gives them a little bit, that gives the applicants, assuming that that height limit is approved, gives them a little bit of variability to work with during their final design phase, but still limits them to 30 feet so that we don't increase the visual impacts to the neighbors.
Anne?
Yeah, the question I had is kind of based on what you asked Sam about setbacks. It made me think about what is the distance from the property line to the closest neighbor? I'm sorry, the distance from the building to the closest neighbor? What would be that shortest distance?
From the proposed building or the
Yes,
existing?
yes, the proposed building.
I don't know off the top of my head. I can probably find out before and let you know after the public comment section is over during the staff rebuttal.
I'll ask
it would take me a
the
couple-
applicant as well. They may have that answer. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything further before the applicant presents?
Commissioner,
All right.
I think I saw a note from the city of Boulder saying that their typical sidewalk section is a little bigger than what is currently there. I think it was in the referral comments. Just want to clarify, is expanding the sidewalk part of this proposal, or is the sidewalk to stay as is?
So that's a city of Boulder requirement. So I think the assumption by staff at this point is that the city of Boulder won't give them an access permit unless the sidewalk is improved to their standards. But it's not a recommended condition of approval from us because it's not our requirement. It's a city of Boulder requirement.
Got it. So it's tied up in that access permit discussion.
Correct.
And then my second question is, I think you mentioned there's a requirement for 4 bicycle parking spots. Is that the county's requirement? It does seem low for a school with this many kids, but I just want to know what that's based on.
That is a land use code parking requirement, is that they provide 4 spaces. Again, I defer to the access and engineering team for that. They tend to give me the comments that
Sure.
reflect the parking requirements. But I do believe that is a land use code requirement, and the applicants may have plans to include more bicycle parking.
Yeah,
That's not something I've discussed.
Ask them the same question. Thank you.
Sure.
That's all. Thanks.
All right, anything further? Very good, thank you. Sam, we'll come back to you in a bit. Is the applicant or their agent here to present?
Susanna Milner, staff. The applicant team is present. I'm promoting them now.
All right, hey Brian, we can see you
Awesome.
and
Can you
hear
hear me
you.
now?
Yep,
Cool.
so
Great.
go for it. You're welcome to share your screen, and we have up to 20 minutes to present.
Okay. I believe we have other people presenting from the city or from the school first. So I think we'll be starting off with Jill, who just popped up.
All right, so feel free to take it however you guys want to. Just give your names and addresses first, please, if you will.
I think I'm on first. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. We can't see you.
Okay, yeah. I think the video doesn't.
There you go.
There you go.
It's there
Okay.
now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'll start. My name is Kathy Sherman. I am a co-founder of Hillside School. We started in 2000, actually worked through 2004, opened in 2005. I think what I'd like to address in my brief moments here is the why of Hillside. Why did we feel it was so critical for kids and our community to have this kind of school and offering for dyslexic kids? There's a tremendous amount of research in the world of dyslexia right now, and that's been coming out in the last couple of decades. We do know that the wiring of dyslexic individuals is slightly different and impacts a child's ability to acquire reading and writing skills proficiently. We also know the tremendous number of dyslexic kids and individuals that exist. It's 1 in 5. It is a very large percentage. So you're talking about, 20 kids in a group of 100. But we also know, more importantly, that there is an approach that's research-based that we can teach these kids if we approach them differently and build those literacy skills. And that is the foundation that they then move forward into all of their schooling with. So if you imagine a kindergartner entering in and eager to learn to read and not acquiring those skills, the impact is immediate. The anxiety, the stress, and the depression start then. By third grade, they're still behind, and the research is also solidly telling us that if they're behind in third grade, they're behind all the way through high school, which limits them in what they're able to do as they move out into the world. This impacts the kids, their families, but it also has a huge impact on the community. 50% of incarcerated individuals are dyslexic, and that's a staggering number. Our goal here at Hillside is to not keep our kids through school, through first through 12th. We want our kids from 1 to 3 years only. We want to build that foundation, and then we want them to move out further into their regular school full-time and able to access that curriculum and be full, capable learners. That's our goal. And we need the small classes. We have the program, we have the teachers. We need the space to make this happen. And I guess I just want to end by saying that I didn't mention all of the statistics on the impact of the greater community, but it's very significant. And I will turn this over to Jill.
Thanks, Kathy. So I am Jill Michaud, and I'm the head of school at Hillside. And I really want to take a couple minutes to talk to you guys about the impact that Hillside has on our students and their families. And I think it's really important to understand that when Hillside families find us, they're not out there shopping for a private education. Hillside families find us because their child is struggling and is not learning in the typical school setting. And as they start to fall further and further behind, those families are looking for a program that's going to support their learning needs. And like Kathy said, a lot of times the first experience that kids have in school when they show up in kindergarten, you know, innately curious and ready to learn, is that experience of being in the classroom and watching all of their peers learn how to read and not really understanding why it's something that feels so unattainable to them. And that's really kind of that first recognition of difference for them and negative experience around school. And then as school keeps going at that predetermined pace and they start to fall further and further behind, you know, it really starts to kind of eat away at their self-confidence, and they feel more isolated and defeated. And by the time kids get to Hillside, every single one of the students that walks through our door has experienced frustration and failure in school. And every single one of the parents knows the pain of watching their kids struggle and not be able to learn. And the ripple effect that that has on the families is pretty dramatic. So when we have a student show up at Hillside, we know that our job is not just to provide academic intervention, but it's to provide a safe space for them to really start to regain their trust in themselves and in education and start to learn and believe in themselves again. And it's inevitable. Every year there's this scenario that plays out at the beginning of the school year. And I'd say it's in the first week or two of school. And sometimes it's this bold declaration made by one really brave and loud student, but more frequently it's kind of a tentative exploration that leads to this conversation where one kid will reveal their struggle with school, with reading and how hard school is. And it kind of opens the door for the whole class to start sharing their experiences. And it's this really vulnerable moment, and it's incredibly profound for our students. It's kind of the beginning of their journey back to self-confidence and back to that joy of learning. And it's often the first time our students realize that they're not alone, and that there's other kids who have that same experience, and that there are people who understand them. And that sets the stage for learning and growth. And then as they have that kind of shared experience with their peers, and you couple that with a program that teaches them in a way that they can learn, they start to experience success. And those successes build on each other. And, you know, they start to become more confident and view themselves as capable learners and learn that it's okay to take risks with their learning, and that making mistakes is actually inherent to the learning process. In fact, when I was greeting the kids this morning, I had a 6th grader come up to me and I shared with her that I was a little anxious about today's meeting and this moment right here. And she looked at me and she said, just remember, Jill, everyone makes mistakes. It's okay. If you're not making mistakes, that just means that you're not human. And then she went away and she made me this emotional support gnome that's been sitting on my desk all day. I came back into my office and it was taped to my desk. And I mean, it's just so great. And really, isn't that kind of the learning and the message that we want kids to have and carry out into the world? And we're really excited at how this building is going to help us not only impact more students, because we can accept more students, but also strengthen the impact that we have. It's really exciting to think about having a space that is going to, it's intentionally created to kind of foster that sense of belonging and connection, as well as classrooms that are designed to work within the specifics of our academic program. And to think about having gathering spaces for families and for parents to come in and support each other, because for them, it feels like they're also alone on this journey, but there's all, 1 in 5 kids, so they are not alone. And to have an area where they can come together and support each other and be a resource as they get their kids through school. And also just spaces to let our kids connect and have assemblies and events and celebrations of our successes. I think that in our current situation or current building, it's not a situation, it's a building. In our current building, we don't have any spaces that, allow us to gather as a whole group. And I think by creating those opportunities, we're only gonna strengthen the impact we have on our students and our community. And I could probably talk to you for a couple more hours about this, but our students wanted to have a voice in it too. So they have, we put together a little video to share before Brian speaks as well. So here's our Hillside students.
It's really hard. I felt like a little left out and I don't know, I didn't fit. Work was dreadful, classwork was dreadful. I couldn't wait to get home. I just kept watching the clock, waiting for it to strike 3 to get out. I just did not enjoy school.
I didn't understand most of the things.
I felt really, really stressed because I just didn't know anything. I couldn't get anything done, and that's stressful.
Like I was not smart, I was not as smart as everyone else.
It was confusing, and I was in the dark and would go to the bathroom and cry a lot.
I was having trouble. I wasn't finishing what we're supposed to do in class, everybody else was. I was really struggling on every test. It was just mega hard.
Well, basically at my other school, they kind of do it a little harder for me to think.
I felt horrible about myself. I was dumb and I didn't know what I was doing. I couldn't read. And I just didn't feel good about myself. During the parent-teacher conference, he actually called me lazy.
It helps kids learn better when they have dyslexia.
At Hillside, I felt like there was other kids who had dyslexia. And at my other school, I felt alone.
You can learn the way that your brain knows how to operate and learn from it, not just a different way that is confusing and takes maybe a longer time to learn with.
So it's nicer to be around people that understand what it is. It's just easier. It feels lighter.
Everything, it kind of turned on a light, and everything is so clear now. And I can spell, I can read, I can write, I can do math. my self-esteem is way up. I felt horrible, but now I feel way better. I sometimes don't see my gifts, but I'm starting to see them. Like, it's different. It feels different. It feels nicer.
I want them to know that everybody here is definitely welcomed and they feel like a part of a community that helps them with their dyslexia.
If we do expand, I know there's other kids like me that need this. They really, really need this.
Like, since it's helped me so much, I think the more kids that like can experience that and like be confident and like have a good life along with like have fun. Like, now I like doing math and reading and spelling.
Because I remember how I felt. I felt horrible, and I just think other kids should not feel that way. I think Hillside should have a bigger building because I could have gone last year, but I was also on the waiting list, and it was really tricky for me last year. So I think we should get a bigger building, and I think it would help a lot of the kids.
Because there's so many kids. Some of the kids in my school need to go here, and I wish they could come, but there's not much space.
Hillside is like the best place in the world. I would go there. I would go here for the rest of my life if I could.
I love Hillside. I like it.
That's awesome. I'll editorialize a little bit on that. I'm Brian Bowen. I'm lucky to be the architect for this project. I love working with folks like this who are, trying to do something really good in the world. So I very much appreciate the opportunity. And also thank you guys for your service too. I know I was on the City of Boulder's planning board for about 45 years, and at least it felt like 45. And I know it's a lot of work. So, and like we experienced on planning board at the City of Boulder, staff's presentation was amazing. So you don't need me to do a very long presentation. I'll really try to move through what I'm trying to get to you guys, and then you can ask questions to follow up from that. So, you guys got the project history from Sam in his presentation. We've been at this a couple of years. Pretty soon after we got the project, we immediately moved into engagement with the county and neighbors and stuff like that. So that's gone into the first few months of this, and it's been lasting for like a year and a half. And unfortunately, that coincided with COVID. So all of the great public workshop ideas that we had that we used to get the job selling Hillside on our community engagement skill set really didn't get to be deployed as much. But our job was really to like take all of the what we could learn from Hillside and from the experience of the kids and the experience of teaching and delivering this pedagogy, and try to build that into a building design that really expresses and supports how that functions. It's a different kind of school than a regular run-of-the-mill public school. So we involved the students, kids, teachers, staff through a bunch of different looped-in workshop processes, and did a really deep, rich engagement and programming process before we did any design work. We also know they had a really tight budget, and that was one of the forming generators of the original design as well. But the goal was really to create an excellent educational environment for this program. And the kind of words that we got out of those guys were, warm, colorful, daylight, exposure, nature, et cetera. And they all are what we built into the design, I think. The program ended up being the sort of like artful document that expressed a lot of those things together. And then that ultimately turned into a design. And based on some preconceptions I think I had from working in the city a little bit more commonly, is we wanted to have a building forward design that created a rich pedestrian experience. We wanted to maximize our retention of open space and minimize site disturbance. We've focused on a 2-story building that allowed us to preserve the existing structure and repurpose it to the extent possible. That building's not good for a lot of things, but we were able to think of a few things that we could keep in there and have that work. And then providing, things like decks and patios and stuff, and a good landscape buffer along this edge seemed like it made a lot of sense. And we thought that possibly playground noise was going to be a big concern to neighbors, so we used the building to buffer the playground from the neighbors, but that turned out to be we were off base on a few of those things. So here's that original 3D view of that design showing the existing building, the 2-story addition out here, and some elevations, mostly from the street over here being the relevant one. And then the height limit and how it related to the existing grade and fence line. And this is a 3D view looking sort of southwest at that building, where we were trying to keep a pretty simple building envelope, but have some enough articulation and building modulation to create pedestrian interest along the street. So we heard a lot of good comments back from from county staff and from the neighbors as well. And we took all that to heart and did what we could to reposition this project. So we really threw out the original design completely and started over with a building that's more centered on the site, much bigger setbacks, a step down in height from the 2-story building to a 1-story building to the north, keeping the 2-story portion sort of in line with what the church and adjacent properties have. We lowered the eaves of the building, going with a shed roof and gable roof sort of design. So those eaves dropped to like 8 or 10 feet at the edges as opposed to being up high. And we dropped the grade of the north section, the phase 1 area, as low as we possibly can get it in terms of accessibility, in terms of making it work with a new building, phase 2 piece, so that that's as low as you can possibly get it. And then phase 2 is also as low as you can possibly get it to lower the impact from the neighborhood. And you saw this slide before, but basically we heard from the neighbors that the view from this corner was important to them. So we thought, okay, well, let's do what we can to preserve that. So we pushed the building back, dropped it down, totally changed the design. It's gonna be a more expensive building now based on it being single story and not as compact. But I think at the same time as responding to the neighbors' comments, we've worked really hard to make sure the school got to be a better educational environment. So the inside-outside connections between all the classrooms are really positive. I think that's a really good improvement, among other things too. And you can see the diagram of the old elevation, the new elevation. This just shows the difference between the actual height that was up adjacent to the street versus the actual height, which is now 40, 50 feet away out in the center of the site. And it's also been dropped down substantially across the site. And this is more showing that essentially the fence and existing landscaping mostly screen the existing building, whereas before the new building was going to be, a lot more prominent. And this is the view from the north or from the south. Same view Sam showed you. We moved away the 2-story building from the adjacent neighbor over here and dropped that down to 1-story on this side and slipped the roofs away from them, so all low sides of the roofs were facing to the east. We're also using the entire roof surface for photovoltaics. Our rule of thumb so far, based on the really energy efficient EUI that we're approaching, is that if we use a fair amount of the phase 1 roof and all of the phase 2 roof, we'll be able to provide a path to net zero energy for this project. Entry elevations, and at some point here we'll see some bike parking show up there when we're into the building permitting phase of the project. Similar views that you saw from Sam a second ago. I can scroll back through these if you guys want, but really this talks about the indoor-outdoor relationship. These rain gardens basically create a detention system and water absorption system that also creates a buffer between play areas and kind of learning areas. And then the main gathering space, which will be part of phase 2, is sized to take advantage of some of those Western views and Western exposure, but also serve as a community gathering function, which is not available now. Cool.
All right. There's the timer. If you have a few more thoughts, Brian, to share, that's great.
Okay, cool. Well, like last slide. So this is just an image of the inside of the classrooms. They're about 14 feet wide by about 18 feet deep. And they have these little booths inside them for quiet study, almost like a sort of study carrel, but enclosed. And then a little closet and access to the hallway. So they're nice compact spaces with only about 9-foot ceilings back here and a little bit of vaulting underneath those gable roofs. And, I could talk to you for about 4 more hours about sustainability, but we'll leave it with, we're shooting for a very low carbon, beautifully day lit, low energy building that's net zero ready.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all of you for presentations and your comments. Any questions for the applicant from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Shu. For anyone on the applicant side, could someone talk about the pickup drop-off setup? And I know there's some notes about what's not allowed and what's allowed, but I wasn't quite following without a picture of the site.
Let me slide back up to a picture of the site. Jill, do you want to talk about that and how it works, how the choreography works?
Sure. So basically, our students, we have a drop off that happens in the morning at 8 o'clock. And then at 11 o'clock, we have another, a pickup for that group. And then another drop off at noon and a pickup at 3. Typically what we have now, and I'm assuming it will stay the same because the agreement with the church is there. We have students picked up both from the church parking lot and Hillside's parking lot so that we don't create a backup, and families basically just drive in and do a U and grab their kids and go. Some will come in and park, but at this point we don't have any spillover into Lookout Road during those times.
Any further questions?
This is Commissioner Goldfarb. You've indicated that your program runs from 8 until 3, Monday through Friday. Is there any difference in the program during the summer?
During the summer, we have a 3-week program only, and it runs typically, I think, the 1st through 3rd week of June, and that runs from 8:30 to 11:30.
Okay.
Other than that, there's some administrators on campus from time to time, but that's the extent of our summer program.
Is it intended that there would be a more extensive summer program with this new facility?
That is not something we've talked about at this point. We kind of like to keep July free.
Okay.
August through June are very busy, so July is a nice regroup and plan.
Thank
time
you.
for us. Yep.
Commissioner
Right,
McMillan, just one more, Sam. Commissioner McMillan, wondering if there's been any discussion with the church about connecting that access way between the two properties. I thought I had seen something mentioned and wondering if there had been any discussion in that regard, connecting the two parking lots.
Yeah, as far as I know, there hasn't been, but Jill could fill in on that. We haven't really approached it from a design perspective because there are some grading issues and access issues through there, and we would basically be losing, 4 stalls out of the cumulative parking total to create a drive lane through there. Mm-hmm. And since we didn't have a stacking problem with the pickup and drop off, I don't think the design team felt like we would pursue that.
Got it. Yeah, you partially answered my question earlier when we were talking about stacking. I think that's why I had the question, is that would relieve some of the stacking if you could do that, if you were backing up into the road. Yeah. One more question about transportation things. I asked the question of county staff about bicycle parking, and I'm wondering what kind of bicycle ridership you get to a school like this, and what your plans are for parking.
So currently we don't have a lot of kids who bike to school. I think we probably have between 5 and 10 kids who are in the neighborhood, but because it's such a specialized school, many of our kids are commuting from all over Boulder County. So.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. In terms of bike infrastructure, I mean, one of the things that we're doing with all of our projects these days is we are providing, almost always more bike parking than is required by whatever jurisdiction we're dealing with, but also bike parking is configured so it works for e-bikes, it works for tandem bikes, it works for bikes with burly trailers. It's just impossible to get the usual kind of old school bike parking to work if you roll up there with your burly trailer and you got to get your kid out, and then you're like, nothing works. So we're trying to do that really more based on the user group, which is actually why it wasn't even the site plan or the site special use submittal. And then I think the other thing I want to just mention is we also didn't show EV charging stations in this yet. That's absolutely part of our plan, but we probably will put in more than is required by the code. But we also would really prefer to do that at the end of phase 2. just because we're going to be disturbing every piece of wire that goes between phase 1 and the parking lot between, during phase 2 construction. So it'd be great if we could do that at the end of the day as opposed to now. Probably the same thing might be true for our conversations with the city of Boulder over the 8-foot multi-purpose pathway through there. It might make more sense for us to do that when we're doing more paving, grading, and resurfacing the lot in phase 2.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate the questions, guys. It's great.
All right, I think that ends our
I've
questions.
got one more question.
Oh, good.
Sam, sorry. This is Commissioner Goldfarb again. I'm looking at your new design and I'm wondering where the outdoor space is for the students now with this new design. You mentioned, you talked about the playground earlier.
Yep, they are basically in the open spaces between the building and the fences right now. So basically there's an immediate layer under sort of like the heavy dark lines here. Mm-hmm. That's a light louver system that we used a really great daylighting modeler locally to design. And it's about 8 feet of overhang that provides some cover to the space below in terms of shade, but also really good diffused daylighting into the classrooms. So that's like the edge of this sort of indoor-outdoor aspect of the classrooms. They've got the inside like 16 feet and the outside 8 feet. And then there's that trough or rain garden that runs through there. There'll be a heavier planted material massing. And then beyond that, out here will be various playthings. And then, buffers and fences on all sides.
And so this is Commissioner Goldfarb again. So the space where you said there'll be playthings, how wide is that?
Well, there's a teeny tiny little dimension down there. I think it's about 40 feet from here to there. Okay. So, you end up with like 20 to 24 feet, somewhere in that range.
Okay. All right.
If you need a crisp answer, I can actually get it, but that's my waving the hand
that's
answer.
Fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And actually, excuse me, this is Brian again. And I did pick up your question about the distance to the adjacent buildings, but I don't actually know the answer to that because I don't have surveyed information from adjacent parcels.
Okay.
Sorry, I meant to grab that in the presentation, but I didn't.
All right. I know we have a lot of folks that are here to speak, so I want to move on to public comment, and thank you all for your earlier comments. So we're going to go through the list that people signed up ahead of time. Anna's posted that in the chat already. Just as a reminder, we'll have 3 minutes each, so please try to keep your comments brief if possible, and get to your point before 3 minutes and the buzzer goes. And then we'll move on to the next person. If you do want to pull your time, just mention that as you start and give the names of those that are pulling with you so we can adjust that or post it in the chat. If you do want to speak and you're not on the list, you can put your name in the chat and we'll add you to that after the folks who signed up ahead of time. And please, as a reminder, just give your full name and address for the record before you start speaking. And you'll hear that beep as you just did at the end of their presentation when the time is up. So with that, I'll go to the list and we'll start with Genevieve. And if you're not already promoted, Anna will be promoting you to panelist or participant as you get to your name in the list. You should see your status kind of change and hopefully one person ahead of it. Genevieve, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Genevieve McGregor, and I am the very proud mother of Ryan Featherston, if you can see how gorgeous he is. He attended Hillside School in the semesters 2017-2018, and I want to share with you that he is now 14 years old. He is a freshman at Monarch High School, and last week he was actually busted for vaping with his friends. And although I am concerned and alarmed as a mother, I am also not the least bit worried about my child. Because Ryan, although he was diagnosed with dyslexia, severe dyslexia and dysgraphia at the age of 7, he was able to attend Hillside School for 1 year. And I will, again, be brutally honest with you guys, he is not now a straight A student, and nor does he like to spend his weekends reading Moby Dick. But that 1 year at Hillside changed his life. My son now in high school is able to, at the beginning of every semester, meet with his school counselors to assign classes that best fit his education. He never hesitates to raise his hand or talk to teachers or change subjects and advocate for himself. And he learned all of this self-awareness and self-advocacy from his time at Hillside. And his friends, those sweet little punks that he got caught vaping with, he chooses his friends because they love and support him. And he has one friend that will actually read to Ryan if the words get too fast. He has another friend that will literally put their hand on his controller when he is gaming because they know he has trouble with it. He did not know this sort of support and love existed, but now he does, and he knows how to find the helpers because of what he learned at Hillside School. And I am so very, very proud that 2 months ago, my son, again, only 14 years old, got his first job as a busser in a restaurant. I was with him when he was filling out the handwritten application. And as soon as he turned it in, he asked to speak to the manager at the restaurant. He did this because he knew the handwriting on that application didn't fairly represent who he was, but his handshake did. And he learned this confidence from the angels at Hillside School. So I know my son, just like every other kid, is going to experiment with drugs. And I know that my son is going to feel gangly and awkward and fumble through these formative years still. But I also know that what he learned at Hillside taught him to appreciate who he is. My son knows who he is. He values how brilliantly different his brain is. And he is now on his way to being a very honorable and solid young man. And this journey for my son, Ryan, if you want to see him again, because he's gorgeous, this all started for him at Hillside. So I know it was told before that these kids, my poor son too, from preschool to 4th grade, was not just struggling in school, he was suffering. And the beautiful faces like Kathy and Jill, they're angels. So I cannot endorse, obviously, this school enough. And I appreciate everything that they've done.
Thank you. Next will be Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Eldred. I live to the north of Hillside School, and I'd like to start, first of all, by clarifying what Sam said. We are Gun Barrel Estates, not Gun Barrel Green. The neighborhood is Gun Barrel Estates on the north side of Lookout Road. Secondly, I'd like to speak to the probably 10 people who are going to get on after me talking about how wonderful Hillside is. I am not disputing that they provide a service to the people of the community who are dyslexic. I just question whether this is a program that should be better integrated into the public schools if it is in fact 1 in 5 people that are affected by these learning disabilities. I would like now to speak to a couple of issues. I gave you quite detailed concerns in my last submission to you, and I don't know how I'm going to get any of those questions answered, especially since this is not a Q&A, but I'd like to especially address the height issue still. 29.5 feet is hardly a significant drop from the previous plan. And because I will be facing the center of the building, my whole south side of my house will be facing the new building. It is a beautiful design. I really question why it needs to be 29.5 feet tall. We are losing significant views from Gun Barrel Circle, and Gun Barrel Circle isn't just a street we live on, it's a street we use. Meaning we have Sunday fun days. These are days where quite a few neighbors get together in a front yard of one of our good neighbors. In fact, the child goes to Hillside, and we spend quality community time from 3 to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. And part of that is looking at beautiful sunsets and enjoying where we live. And the fact that this 30-foot building is going to impede that view is devastating to us, frankly. The other issue with that height is, for me personally, is that the lower level of the land that Hillside is on, the lowest part is at my fence line. which means that the north side with those 12-foot tall glass doors and side lights are going to look right into my living room. I mean, right into my dining room and actually into my bedroom. This is a huge privacy concern for me. And if the level of the whole building cannot be dropped 3 or 4 more feet, the clear story windows are great. And I appreciate the fact you want to get light in there, but the height of the building is still tremendously disruptive to the street and also to my privacy, frankly. If a light is left on in that building, it shines right into my bedroom. These are a couple of things. Otherwise, I think it's a beautiful design. I just am really concerned about where that is, the height and the privacy issue.
Thank you for your comments. And just to confirm, we did receive all the written comments and reviewed those ahead of the meeting from all the folks that submitted them. Next up will be Kia.
Hi, I'm Kia Solari. I live in Erie, Colorado, Boulder County. Mary, I only wish you understood the frustration that parents and families and students go through enduring the failures of the public school system, because it's not something that can be integrated. Each day, school buses, cars, and hundreds of kids pour through my neighborhood. All day, I listen to the sounds of children playing. I lost my views of the mountains long ago when housing developments and the neighborhood school were built up around me. The neighborhood school, the cause of so much noise and traffic, is a half a mile from my house. Yet each and every day, I drive 33 miles for my child to attend Hillside School. Hillside does what the public school system cannot do: teach dyslexic children reading, writing, and math. For many families, this school is our last resort, and it is not without sacrifice. It means moving your child away from their school and friends. It means putting a career on hold. It means sending my child to school in the basement of a church because Hillside has outgrown its original building. Hillside resurrects children from the failures of the public school system. At Hillside, my child was able to achieve a year's growth in half a school year. She's now able to read at a 4th grade level and complete 3rd grade math. She's in 7th grade. Dyslexia is a neurobiological alteration in brain structure and function. It is not a choice. It is not because a person isn't trying. It cannot be fixed with a pill. Dyslexia can be a lifelong struggle of academic failures, poor self-esteem, and, like many invisible learning disabilities, the beginning of the preschool to prison pipeline. But it doesn't have to be. Through the use of evidence-based, multisensory, direct, and explicit instruction, dyslexics can achieve as much as their non-disabled peers. If this proposal was about wheelchair ramps for disabled veterans or auditory crosswalks for the blind, this room would be silent. And yet your discrimination towards those with silent disabilities is deafening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kim.
Thank you. So I'm here today representing 2 roles, one as a parent of a child at Hillside, and second as a neighbor. So I live at 5411 Gun Barrel Circle, and I'm the neighbor that Mary talked about earlier. We gather in my front yard on Sunday afternoons to enjoy each other's company. So as a parent, you know, I'm going to echo everything that every other parent's going to get on here and say, because it's a hard journey. Excuse me. Okay. We arrived at Hillside broken, our entire family. And now my neighbors who know Everett very well, he is thriving. He can read, he can write, and he still wants to be on this planet, which is not what he wanted to be when we first started. So I can definitively say that Hillside saved lives. So, you know, with that being said, if Hillside can do half of what it's done for my son, for 64, 68 more kids, why are we even having this discussion? You know, when we moved into this neighborhood, you know, we knew we were buying by a school, we knew we were buying by a church. We went in, we bought here knowing that, you know, like they said, it's been here 50 years. And we drove around this neighborhood and saw the signs, you know, diversity is a gift and, you know, science is real. And we thought, oh, these are our people. And it is, this neighborhood means the world to me. My neighbors are my best friends. It is, I call it my Shangri-La. And this is an opportunity for my family to put our values into action. And so I wholeheartedly support the expansion of Hillside as a neighbor and as a mom, because I've seen the change that it's made in my son. And if it makes that change for just one other kid, then it's worth it. There's no amount of, like, you know, property value lost or whatever that would make a difference to me if it means saving a kid's life, which is what happened in our family. So, you know, it's an opportunity for us as a community to put our values first and to put that into action. And I just want to thank everyone who's working on this project, because when it gets hard, just remember there's a kid at the end of this, and you're going to be a part of saving their life. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next on the list is Dee Dee.
Hi, Dee Dee Carell, 4004 Periwinkle Lane, Longmont. So my daughter's elementary school used to do this Book Buddies program where they would pair the older kids with younger kids to read to them. My daughter's about 9 years old at the time, and even though she was severely dyslexic, she had to participate too. So she gets paired with a first grader like everyone else in her class, and they're all reading their books to the little kids, except for Molly. She's trying, she can't do it. She can't read those words. And then the first grader starts making fun of her. When your child comes home, goes into her closet, curls up against the wall, and whispers, "I'm stupid," that's a devastating moment. I had a lot of pretty bad moments until she got to Hillside. My daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia when she was about 8. She started receiving special education services, but after 2 years, it was clear to us that they weren't doing anything for her. She was reading just as poorly as when she started, and when we had her independently evaluated, we found that she was actually doing worse. We'd heard about Hillside, but we didn't consider it at first. We couldn't afford it. That perspective of what a person can afford has a way of changing when you realize that your child's future is at stake. The problem was Hillside had lots of families waiting for a spot, so we waited while our daughter struggled more, hated school more, hated herself more. And then one day, we won the golden ticket. Hillside had an unexpected opening, and they offered it to us. That day will always rank as one of the happiest of my life, because that was the day when someone actually gave my child a fighting chance. She's been at Hillside a little over a year, and her progress has been incredible. She came in reading at a 2nd grade level, and she's now at 5th, 3 levels in 1 year, and she comes home every day full of pride. I cannot articulate my relief to have her there, but it also kills me to think of all the other kids who need to be there and can't get in because they literally have no other option. Hillside provides a vital service that isn't available anywhere else in this community. So please approve this expansion. I believe there's very little that you can do on this commission that will matter more. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine is next.
Hello, Janine Wire, 2895 Stevens Road, Boulder, 80305. Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, everyone. I am a co-president of BB Kid, that is Boulder Valley Kids Identified with Dyslexia. We are a nonprofit that formed and is run entirely by parent volunteers of kids with dyslexia. We formed about 5 years ago after 3 of us founding members met at one of the free monthly events held by Hillside. And I'm speaking out today on behalf of the board of BB Kid in support of Hillside's expansion. Now, 99% of the work BB Kid does is in the Boulder Valley School District. Our mission is to ensure that kids with dyslexia have the same opportunity to graduate at their full potential as kids without dyslexia do. When we first formed, we rallied about 70 families to talk at school board meetings over the course of 6 months. At least once a month, a parent or student would talk about how they had wanted to end their lives at some point because they were unable to learn to read at school and the trauma that came with that. I still remember one mother talking about her 8-year-old. And when she tucked her into bed one night, that little girl said, "Mommy, I don't want to be on this earth anymore." These are the lives that Hillside saves. But Hillside's impact goes far beyond the 64 students that they have enrolled at any one time. As I mentioned earlier, they put on a free event each month called Hill Topics, where they bring in an expert to talk about a multitude of areas of life affected by dyslexia and its many comorbidities. It is such a great opportunity for parents to not only have free access to these sometimes very expensive experts, but also to network with one another and find community support. Because let me tell you, raising children with dyslexia is needlessly heartbreaking and frustrating. About 3 years ago, the district, BBSD, gave all elementary teachers and principals awareness training on dyslexia. Sadly, middle and high school teachers have still not received the same training. BB Kid approached Hillside in 2019 to see if they would develop a short 1 or 2 day course for upper grade teachers, which they then gladly put on that summer. And BB Kid was able to sponsor the training of about 32 BBSD teachers. That's 32 teachers that will now have a better understanding of why kids with dyslexia may still struggle in their classes, be it art or PE or math. Hillside is again going to offer this training this summer, with BB Kids sponsoring any BBSD teacher that would like to attend. Boulder Valley School District has made progress on how it is teaching kids to read in the district, and the leadership continues to work towards this goal. But there are still many, many kids who are not succeeding in public school, so many more than the 64 currently lucky enough to be at Hillside. It would be such a shame not to allow Hillside to reach more of these kids and have an even wider positive impact on this community. Thank you.
Thank you. James, you're up next.
Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for giving me a chance to speak. I'm speaking today, James Simpson, 2605 Tumwater Lane, Boulder, 80304. I'm speaking today on behalf of Hillside. I'm the father of an alumnus of Hillside. She is now in college in New York City and thriving, thanks totally to Hillside. But I think it's important, and I understand the concerns that are going back and forth around this structure and this expansion. But I think it's really important to understand that this is not some fancy private school that just wants to expand and get more kids in and make more money, these kids that don't enjoy the public school scene. This is a school that, as everyone has said so far, saves lives, literally, and saves families. And I think it's important that in a community like this, we give value to that. And we didn't live here when we were desperate for Hillside's help. We moved our whole family to Boulder specifically for it after doing a nationwide search for the right school. So this is a very special place. We're lucky to have it in our community. The kids who live here that get served by it are incredibly lucky. And I think the school has a wait list every year, and these are kids who are still suffering, as many parents have said, and we have a chance to help them. And so I think as a community, it is really important that we recognize the value of this place and the value that it offers to these kids, and we need to give them a chance to serve more people. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Rob, and I think pulling time with Chrissy. Chrissy, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I know that was complicated. Rob, go ahead. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rob Reniger. I live with my wife and 5-year-old at 5400 Gun Barrel Circle. So that makes us the property you might have seen in photos. We are the ones directly to the east of the Hillside School. And during both review periods, we've submitted some concerns, issues, objections, however you want to word those. And those still remain today. They really haven't been answered. There have been some. First thing is we acknowledge the mission and focus of the Hillside School, and that isn't in question. Not the value they provide to their students, but just the manner in which this expansion is being proposed. But also, the three main issues that still are unanswered for us was first, just that one of the assumptions when I read back and went to the historical documents of how this plot of land got rezoned and got the original variance is that, part of the community, and I realize there's community that Hillside is built for its patrons and for the students affected and that go there. And I acknowledge that, but for the rest of the community that they sit in, they're not part of the community as far as I can see. We've lived here 8 years and we've only had 3 correspondences with them. One about a tree being taken down, and the other 2 are the mailings we got from them about this building plan, 2020 and 2022. They haven't seemed to have reached out to the community they're in about these plans, never solicited our feedback or responded to concerns in any of these 2 public feedback forms. When I submitted the letter and enumerated our concerns as the direct neighbor with our views that are intrinsic values to our property being impeded, nobody reached out. Nobody tried to talk to us from them. We got more response from the planning committee, from the previous woman who handled that in the first original time. And I realized they don't need our approval. They don't. But it's interesting to note that if you go back to the original variance request by the Raggedy Ann Preschool, they had over 300 signatures. If you go and look, it's 18 pages of signatures from the people that live there in support. The second area of concern is just, is there another way to do this? I don't doubt that there are ways to expand Hillside's area of impact, sphere of influence, but is putting a building in that's directly affecting its neighbors, Mary, who previously spoke, and myself are the only 2 adjoining properties that are immediately adjacent to this and affected by this. I realize there's, I could throw out tons of options, and I'm sure they've looked at some, but is there a better way? Just haven't seen anything around that. And the third and biggest one, and it's personal and passionate to me, is yes, it's the visual impact. And I'm the one that probably has that visual impact that was listed earlier. So, I mean, it's going to impact our quality of life and the use of our property, both in the front yard and backyard. And I'm only talking really about the phase 1 property here, because the backyard, which would be affected by some of the plantings, that can be relieved or mitigated by what plants you choose, and I get that. But the front yard, that view is going to be all of that phase 1 building, and 80% of the view that we now have leaves. And I realized there were changes made to the building plan to try to help with this, but let's be honest here. We went from a 2-story building to a quote 1-story building that still has a 29 5 inches peak height. I'd love to sit down and share a coffee with somebody and talk about what constitutes a 1-story building. That 1-story building with that clerestory, I believe it's called, in the photo that Brian shared earlier, if you look at the total height of that clerestory, there's virtually no difference. The true difference between the 2 building heights is about 4 feet maximum, because we went to 29.5, and I'm sure they were short of the maximum 35 feet allowed by zoning, but that's not a huge variance. And again, we lose all of that view from our front yard. And that's value that I want my daughter to enjoy. I want her to enjoy playing in that front yard. And, there's got to be some way to change that. I mean, rather than going from a 2-story building down to a 1-story, but taking all that height up with sloped and lofted ceilings and now a clerestory on top, there's a big difference between a 1-story building with a 10-foot ceilings and that now 1-story building with a 29 5 inch foot clearance that obstructs my view of the mountains, and which is something my family and I enjoy and like. And it's not that we don't support Hillside in this. We support Hillside in expanding their operations and their scope, but we don't understand why it has to come at the expense of our livelihood and how we enjoy our home. I understand that it is zoned and it is within the zoning technical limits, but those are general limits. And at each time you have to take the specific instance and nuance of the situation into consideration. I would ask that we lower it to 1-story without raising the height back up to 29 feet and 5 inches, that we keep something akin to that original height of what that 1-story would have been in that original 2-story design, maybe with a clerestory put on top of there, but then it would be much lower. I appreciate the changes they've done, and truly, I just don't agree that this is the best way. And yes, it is because of my personal impact, but it's an impact on my family. And I will protect our happiness and enjoyment of the property we've chosen to live in and make our home at virtually all costs. And, you know, at the same time, I support everyone that's going there. And I know this is passionate, emotional, it's not black and white. And, you know, we have a neighbor, love Kim and her son, and I'm not against them, but I want to enjoy those views. I don't want to have to give that up. And so I just ask that you take these into consideration along with all the other stories and comments by everyone that's here. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Rob. Next to speak is Gail.
Hi, I am Gail Suter. I live at 5604 Bowron Place, Longmont, Colorado. I am also in the neighborhood, and I am also a teacher. So I feel like I too serve dual roles. So as an, I just wanted to rebut some of the concerns that are shared by the other neighbors as far as the view. You may not know the topography of our neighborhood, but it is built on a hill, and Hillside is on the downhill side of our adjacent neighbors. And with the new plan, it will affect some of the view of the sort of lower foothills, but it does not block the view of the Rocky Mountains. And it's an important part of our community. So I just wanted to talk about why I value Hillside, and I feel as a neighbor to be honored, like I am honored to have this project in our neighborhood. I'll start with a question. What do these people have in common? Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, John Lennon, John Kennedy, Muhammad Ali. They all have dyslexia. They all struggled in school, and they all changed the world with their gifts. Dyslexics are made to operate outside of the box, which allows them a unique perspective that makes them change makers. Dyslexic brains each have their own individual differences. These differences can make learning difficult, but no two dyslexic brains are alike. These individuals need teachers who can teach concepts in many different ways. One method may work for one student, but not the next. The intricate needs of these students require small class sizes. Therefore, they are not served well in public schools with class sizes of 20 to 30 students. At Hillside, we have 4 students per class with highly trained teaching specialists. It's a format that transforms these kids into confident, competent learners who value their neurodiversity. However, it requires more space to educate this way, and high demand leaves students and families without access to our services. As a teacher, I know it is imperative to support Hillside's proposal for building expansion. As a neighbor, I'm honored to support these students because I know they will change our world. They are worth more than a view. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is John.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is John Toth, 4865 6th Street in Boulder, Colorado. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the Hillside modification. I have a 10-year-old boy who suffers from or has dyslexia and has been diagnosed with ADHD. He struggled significantly with reading and writing and math. I began reading to Emerson every night before bed, and it was frustrating to me as he grew up and got into school that he hated reading as we tried to teach him to read. His self-confidence was low. He could tell being in a classroom with 25 other students that he wasn't reading as well as them. My wife and I invested in 3 private tutors, an occupational therapist. We took him to an optometrist to see if his eyes were right until he was finally diagnosed with ADHD and dyslexia. We had met with other parents who were friends whose children also had dyslexia, and they started to talk about Hillside, and we could never get through the conversations with them because they would start crying as they described the change in their child. And my wife and I became incredibly optimistic and enthusiastic about maybe getting our son into Hillside. And we were one of those families that was put on the wait list. Continued to watch our son struggle through school until, as one woman described it, we received that golden ticket and Emerson was able to get into Hillside. He was below grade level in almost every metric in terms of reading, writing, and math. The previous speaker, Gail, is actually Emerson's teacher. He is now a very strong advocate for himself. He's confident. He doesn't hate to read anymore, but he's okay with it. The change for him has been dramatic, and it's been exceptional this year. He is one of the kids, as Jill described earlier, who will be one and done. The next year he'll transition back into the public school, where we hope that he'll continue to receive the support that he deserves through his IEP. And I hope that you approve this modification so that other families and their children will have the opportunity to attend Hillside. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian is next. No, it takes a minute sometimes. Can't hear you yet, Brian.
Looks like you're still muted, Brian.
Yep. We'll come right back to you, Brian, okay? So we'll move on to Eddie and come right back to you after that, okay? Eddie, you're free to speak. Thank you.
All right. My name is Eddie Connolly. I attended Hillside my address is 3703 Telluride Circle in Boulder, Colorado. My name is Eddie Connolly. I graduated from Hillside in 2018. I was diagnosed with severe dyslexia in 3rd grade. Throughout my elementary school years and middle school years, I really struggled with self-confidence, with dyslexia, ADHD, social, emotional stuff as well. My parents enrolled me at Hillside in 7th grade. I don't want to sound so cliche, but this literally changed my life. Hillside's approach to the style of learning increased my confidence, but more importantly, increased my confidence as an overall human being. So Hillside invests in their students in the small student to teacher ratio, which is wonderful. And that really helped me thrive. And it offers a more customized education. So at like a public school, you are a student, but at Hillside, you are an individual and a person and a human, not part of this big group. And everybody learns differently. So everybody, nobody learns the same. And I think Hillside is really good at giving you that path there. So right now I am working as an EMT on an ambulance. Currently only 33% of people pass their national registry, which is the test that you have to take on their first attempt. And I passed my first attempt. This is a direct result of Hillside. Like I said, Hillside didn't just help me with reading, writing, and math. Hillside also helped me navigate school, manage homework, time management, all those kind of things. That really helped me out, and I would not be where I am today because of Hillside. And one of the most important things about being an EMT is confidence. I'll walk into a room full of 15, 20, 25 doctors and have to spread my knowledge and tell them what's going on with loud and proud, and the eyes are on me and I'm in charge. And then also on scenes and calling helicopters. And Hillside is ultimately responsible for who I am today as a person. So I would say Hillside was almost saved my life in multiple ways. Now I'm an advocate for Hillside. 1 in 5 people struggle with dyslexia. With the proper space to accommodate students at Hillside, Hillside can impact many students over the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're still getting Brian back on, so let's move to Michael.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Busey, 2605 Kohler Drive in Boulder. I'm a parent of 2 dyslexic kids, and I'm on the board of Hillside School. And I'm also one of the founding members of BV Kid, Boulder Valley Kids Identified with Dyslexia. Janine already spoke a little bit about some of the work that the parent advocates do within Boulder Valley School District through BVS, through BV Kid. And we've made a lot of progress there, but there's still a ton of work that needs to be done. I'm also a founding member and board member of Colorado Kid, which is an association of 10 different kid groups throughout Colorado. BV Kid has expanded into Douglas County, Denver, Jeffco, Adams 12. So now there's a number of different kid groups out there that are advocating in their own districts to advance the situation of children with dyslexia in their own school districts. But that all came from a meeting of BB Kid in a Hillside event. Colorado Kid, we've even been able to get 2 pieces of legislation passed in the last couple of years to improve things for dyslexic students. So I just wanted to make that connection between the bigger picture, because this is it's a top-down effort, it's a middle effort, it's a bottom-up effort. It really takes a village. So I'm strongly in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Brian, we got you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go for it.
Sorry about that. My Zoom just crashed, so I had to restart my computer. My name is Brian Biffle. I live at 2010 Balsam Drive in Boulder. I'm a current board member, and my daughter Sydney previously attended Hillside, and I'm here to support the expansion. As you guys have probably noticed, Hillside provides an extremely important service to the community that's currently really underserved. Right now, we have way more children in the area who need this specialized learning than we can provide, and the importance of addressing that need is really can't be understated. And secondly, if you look at the existing building from what we're working with right now, it's obvious that it's really antiquated and insufficient for the needs of our school, or pretty much any other business that could occupy it, in my opinion. But third, we have reached out and we changed our initial design from what we came up initially to minimize the impact in the surrounding neighborhood. That's an investment in time and money that we've all put in there to try to address our neighbors' concerns with the original design. So I feel like we've done a lot to address that. And finally, as I've seen firsthand, the staff and the teachers there are incredible. And, they need a facility that equals the excellence of the school itself. This project is just about providing the best possible outcomes for children with dyslexia and other learning differences. And that's really it. It's just, meeting the need of our community. And we feel like this is the best way to do that. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, next we have Suzanne to comment.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Newman. I live at 1067 Marble Court in Boulder. I'm a co-founder of Hillside School, and more importantly, a parent of a student with dyslexia. You have heard the frustration and heartbreak and desperation of the parents of students with dyslexia already. And I would have to say that that was my experience too when my child was in public school. There was no Hillside when my daughter was in public school. And the suffering for both her and our entire family was extreme. We've come out the other side, luckily. And like Eddie, she has found her path that works for her. But I want to say that Hillside has designed our program to be as effective as possible for students with dyslexia. And this program does not exist anywhere else in the county. And really along the Front Range, there are only possibly one other or two other schools that even come close to the effectiveness that Hillside provides students. And those schools are in Denver and Colorado Springs. Not only do we impact and save the lives, literally save the lives of children and families who have a student with dyslexia, but we also impact other families who are not enrolled at Hillside through our program, which is Hill Topics, which provides a once a month community education program. And we also provide training for teachers who are not Hillside teachers, who come to us both from Boulder Valley and other districts. So we have done everything we can to help students with dyslexia in our broader community. The risk of not serving more students with dyslexia equals more suffering, more mental health problems, more juvenile delinquency problems. And this is, anxiety and depression are the leading problems for students with dyslexia because they have so much shame. They are smart, talented people who have an immense problem succeeding and feeling confident and capable in a standard classroom setting. It is also extremely difficult to find. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our last signed up commenter is Tegan. Go ahead. You're on mute, Tegan.
Got it. Sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Tegan Corradino, and I live at 825 Union Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80304. My background is education, and I am currently on the board for Hillside and in support of this. I also have 3 children, all in college, and my middle one struggles with dyslexia. And he did not go to Hillside. We moved here when he was in 8th grade, which he was too old to really get into Hillside. But Hillside really helped us along the journey of moving here and trying to figure out what was a good school for him. And they actually he got tutored in the summers through them. I've learned a lot through going to talks from the Hillside talks that they provide. And enough so that I wanted to be on the board to support them. Just a quick, you've heard a lot of stories, and we have ours, which every parent of a child who struggles with dyslexia has their story and their journey, which is not easy. But mine ended up at a school for dyslexic kids in another state before we moved here. And he was a 5th grader struggling academically and socially because he felt stupid and he was getting pulled out, and he missed all the fun things because he was given more time at a school that didn't understand how to meet his needs. And he started in 5th grade at a 1st grade reading level, which, pause for a moment, imagine only being able to read at a 5th grade reading level. 1st grade reading level for your life. In 5th grade, then he ended 5th grade at a 5th grade reading level and has progressed since because of schools like Hillside. And when you're at a school that is not for dyslexic kids, you can be told, try harder. It's like putting somebody, I like to say it's like putting somebody who is in a wheelchair at the bottom of a mountain and say, well, just try harder. You know, that's not understanding where this person is coming from, and Hillside does that. And like I said, it's not just the kids who go to Hillside who benefit, it's the whole community who benefits. And like others have said, these kids have a lot to offer, and we have a lot that we're presenting our children right now, and we need all hands on deck. So let's include these kids too. One last story. Because he went to a school for dyslexic kids, he learned that how his brain worked and had a lot more confidence and just ability to get through everything, and even got a humor with it, and ended up with a shirt that said dyslexics are teeple poo. Just thought you'd like that ending. On that note, thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe that is all of our public comments, unless Eddie, you tell me otherwise. Nobody on the phone that I can see either.
I believe that's everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. We'll go ahead to the next item, which is basically to ask if we have any final questions as commissioners back to staff, the applicant, or the other folks that spoke.
Commissioner Libby, this is Sam Walker, CPMP planner. It is 5 o'clock. I just wanted to mention that.
Yes, I had an alarm just went off, so I'll make a comment about that in a second.
Okay.
Any questions for commissioners back to staff, the applicant, and then we'll have the staff and applicant responses. Okay, no questions. Anybody who's just joining now for the Marshall Fire discussion, we're finishing the previous docket item now, and we'll complete that before we move on to that next docket item. So thanks for your patience. Next will be any clarifying statements, Sam, that you have to make, or anybody else from staff.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Sam Walker, CPMP planner. Again, I was the staff reviewing planner for the Hillside Modification Docket, SU 25. So I did write down a couple notes, mostly in response to some of the stuff that was stated during the applicant presentation, and then some additional information from the commissioner's questions. So Commissioner Goldfarb had asked about the distance to the nearest neighbor. I know Brian Bowen had said that he wasn't sure because he didn't have surveys. While I was not presenting, I did take some very, very rough measurements based on the aerial photos that we have of the property in our GIS mapping software, as well as the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. So they are meeting their rear yard setback on the north property line from the school. There's a 16-foot gap between the closest part of the building and the rear fence line. And then the additional distance between that fence line and the northern adjacent neighbor's house looks like it's about 40 feet roughly. So there's, or excuse me, the total distance is 40 feet, including that 16-foot setback. So roughly 28 or 30 feet from the northern neighbor's residence to their property line, and then an additional 16 feet from that shared property line to the proposed northern boundary of the school building. Again, those are very, very rough measurements. I just wanted to try to answer that question as well as I could. The other things that I wanted to clarify were that I did confirm with our access and engineering staff offline that the staging plan that we're requiring for the construction will cover the construction access as well. That was the intention of that requirement. And then I got additional details on the bike parking requirement. So that is in the land use code, and the requirement in the land use code is that 10% of the required vehicle spaces for a proposal also be provided as additional bike parking spaces. So the total parking requirement, I can pull the slide back up from my presentation if we need to take a look in detail, was for 48 spaces. That's generated based again on the number of classrooms and the age of the students using those classrooms. And so 10% of that rounds down to 4 bike parking spaces, which is our minimum number of bike parking spaces we're asking for. Brian did mention that they were hoping to get approval for the electrical vehicle parking to be installed after the completion of phase 2, rather than installing it as part of phase 1 construction for the project and then deconstructing it in order to build phase 2 and then building it back. Unfortunately, staff are not really comfortable with allowing that because there is no defined timeline for the phased construction, like I mentioned during the presentation. So if we had some defined times or deadlines or whatever you want to call it, where phase 2 would be completed, then I think we would be a little bit more comfortable allowing that. But as is, we don't have a definite timeline for the construction of phase 1 versus phase 2. So I don't think we're comfortable allowing them to wait until the end of phase 2 to meet all of their parking requirements. I also wanted to clarify that the parking and drop-off plan that was discussed by the applicants with you, the commissioners, is not something that we've actually reviewed. I'm sure that parking and drop-off plan exists, but we are asking that they submit a revised one based on whatever they're approved for at the permitting phase. Just wanted to make that super clear that we don't have an existing parking and drop-off plan that we're approving. We're asking for them to submit one based on whatever the eventual approval of the project is at permitting for our review and approval. The last thing I wanted to mention was, I think it was Miss Eldred, is the northern adjacent neighbor, and she had mentioned some privacy concerns. And unfortunately, one of her comments reminded me of a small oversight that I made, which was that there was no provision in the recommended conditions of approval for a lighting plan. So there is no exterior lighting shown on any of the submitted plans by the applicants. And so there was no condition of approval recommending the submittal of a lighting plan. So I think it would be worthwhile for the commissioners to recommend the addition of a requirement for a lighting plan. I think we can keep that pretty simple, and that's something that we can address at the staff level prior to the Board of County Commissioners hearing. But I did want to mention that in order to maybe address some of those visual impact and privacy concerns. Other than that, I'm available for any follow-up questions or anything like that.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sam. And then just briefly, any feedback to comments or questions from the applicant?
I don't have anything to add. I don't know if Jill or Kathy would like to, but I think I'm good. Thank you, guys.
I don't have anything either. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good as well.
All right, thank you all. Okay, very good. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this time for this docket item and move into our discussion and eventual motion. So commissioners, what are your thoughts?
This is Commissioner Shu. I guess I'll just say a few points. I think I see a lot of positives from this project. Not, of course, the use, specific use for dyslexic kids is great. As far as land use, it's good that they did redesign significantly their previous design. When I read the packet, I thought, they're just shifting one building to the west, but it's completely redesigned to deal with feedback from the community. So I thought that was very impressive by them. I also do like the idea of sharing parking with the church rather than building more parking spaces. If it seems to be a better use of land. And then just with the views, those issues there, at least from the evidence provided today and the elevations and other information, I think that the the project is compatible with the surrounding area as far as our land use criteria. And then I also want to point out that I do think that the use of the school for dyslexic students is in accordance with the Boulder County Comprehensive Plan. So I find myself in support of this Hillside School modification.
Commissioner Bloomfield.
Mark.
I agree with, I think, everything that David said. And yeah, I would just say that I feel like that the project is really responsive to community input. Quite frankly, I think it has resulted in a much more attractive project. And I do think it fits in much better with the community. As far as the views, I definitely hear some frustration with some of the neighbors. And I do feel like this is a really good compromise, allowing a really important community resource to expand and provide even more of what's clearly a very needed service. And like I said, I think they did a lot to move the project to better integrate with the neighborhood, even at, additional cost and whatnot. So I'm in favor.
Thanks, Mark. I'll share my comments. I'm also largely supportive of this. The areas of concern that I was tracking from the application and the materials, as well as the comments, I think are largely things that have been at least in part addressed. I had some concerns about construction noise and impact being so close to other homes. That access and staging plan, I think, will be part of that. And I think there's a lot of detail in there about timing and hours. And much of that is to be figured out as we move into the actual permitting. On sound and light impact, especially from the comments around light, I think the addition of a condition for the lighting plan is great. Thanks for that, Sam, and we'll certainly propose that if I get a chance to. On the sound impact, given the limited hours of the facility, I'm not too concerned about that. And they would be further limited by whatever the land use code already has for those uses. The other area I had concern about was around parking and the kind of drop off and pickup plan, as well as access to the residential street in the back. And from both the application and the comments, limiting that to pedestrian access and having all the parking plan be officially part of the application when it's permitted to be only from Lookout, and the church parking lot seems to address that for me as well. So those are the areas I had concerns about. I think the redesign, I agree, is an improvement and a much more suitable use for the site than the current limited building. So I'm in favor. Happy to take comments from anybody else or take a motion if you're interested.
This is Commissioner Goldfarb. I support the program wholeheartedly. My concern is with the impact that the new proposed buildings will have on the neighbors and their view. I think it's great that they have this clear story space in the building, but I really feel like that the overall height of the building with that is concerning. It's a one-story building, but it's a tall one-story building, and that concerns me.
Any other discussion or ideas on that topic or a motion?
Commissioner McMillan, I won't reiterate a lot of the comments that have been made, although I do agree with what many of you have said. And with regards to the height question, I understand that it's a big change for that lot, but I'll note that the height limit in that zone district is 35 feet. So we're 6 feet below it. I feel like that's a nice compromise to get a little reduced impact on those neighbors. I understand undoubtedly it is going to be a larger structure than what's there now, but it does conform with the height requirements. In fact, it's 6 feet less than what the zoning permits. So I personally am okay with that height allowance, and I am ready to make a motion. I don't know if we need to discuss I think they definitely should submit a lighting plan. And I think that one of the things that's important to me in the lighting plan is that there's a designated time that the lights go off at night, because that can be really impactful to neighbors. So I assume that all gets worked out by our county staff members, but things like downcast and shielded lights, obviously important. And I think a light turnoff time is important. So I think if I were to craft it, I would just say that prior to building permit submittal, a lighting plan would be submitted and for county staff to review for compliance with the requirements. And I might make a motion with that added condition if everyone here seems to be in agreement with that.
I think we seem to be, so go for it.
Let me take a shot at it. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners conditionally approve docket SU 20-005 Hillside School modification with the 17 conditions in the staff report and one additional condition asking the applicant to submit a lighting plan for review and approval to the county planning staff prior to building permit submittal.
All right, thank you, Evan. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Bloomfield, I'll second.
All right, thanks, Mark. Any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll move into a vote. And I'll do a roll call again. And I think Sam is still here as well. I don't see him on video. Sam Libby, aye. Gavin?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Sam Fitch? May have dropped off. We still have quorum though to proceed, so I'll move on to Ann.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you to all that commented and presented. And for those of you that are joining now for the Marshall Fire topic, we're moving on to that immediately. Thanks for your patience.
Chair Libby, this is Commissioner Shu. Is there a chance for a little break between the two sessions?
Sure. Let's take 5 and return at 5:20. And we'll move on as quickly as possible after that. Again, thanks all for your patience.
Okay,
We'll be back at
thank you.
5:20. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, it's 5:20 on my clock. Do we have Ann, Mark, and Gavin? Hi, Mark.
Yep.
Hey, Gavin, thank you. And Ann's last one. We do only have 5 of us here, so we have to wait for all of us to be back to have quorum. And if any of you have other commitments, hopefully you can keep staying on later tonight because it's only the 5 of us if Sam doesn't rejoin.
Do we know, did we lose Sam officially, or?
I'm not sure, Anna, if you heard from him or not.
This is Anna Milner, staff. Commissioner Fitch is currently troubleshooting.
Okay, so he's has all best intents to come back. That's great to hear. Ann, do we have you now? I believe we have to wait if staff can confirm, otherwise that's fine, but I think we have to wait for Ann to return, or Sam.
Yeah, you need one or the other in order to have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kim.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ann. All right, we can proceed. Thank you all for your patience. Our second doc item for today and the last one is a long name. I'll try to get right. Docket DC-22-0001, text amendments to Article 19, procedures following disasters to add Article 19-500 for the Marshall Fire 2021. We'll start with a staff presentation from Hannah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hannah Hipley for Community Planning and Permitting. I think actually Kim Sanchez is going to get us started.
Okay, great.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Sorry about that. I was just trying to find my picture so I could unmute myself and show my video. Kim Sanchez, Deputy Director, Community Planning and Permitting. I wanted to kick us off by providing an overview of all of the work that has been done towards recovery and rebuilding to date. We haven't yet had a chance. We've actually been really busy the last couple of Planning Commission meetings and haven't had a chance to update you. So I thought I'd provide sort of a big picture overview of all of the efforts that have been kind of happening behind the scenes, with Article 19 being one part of that. So overall, there has been a tremendous amount of coordination taking place at the county overall for all aspects of recovery. So that includes the cleanup phase, rebuilding, looking at sort of incentives around green building, lots of different parts of recovery where we're really working together as different departments and teams and team leads to address all aspects of rebuilding. Community Planning and Permitting is leading the rebuilding effort. And we're doing that in partnership with OSCAR, which is the Office of Sustainability, Climate Action, and Resiliency. This has been a really great partnership for us. I think OSCAR is an office that we have always wanted to work more closely with and be able to tap into the expertise and resources that they provide. And so, doing so over Marshall Fire rebuilding has really turned into a pretty great thing, and we've been working really well together. We've also continued to coordinate with the City of Louisville and Town of Superior, so we meet with them on a weekly basis, really making sure that all of us are aligned, even though we have authority over our own respective jurisdictions. Our staff has really done a lot of analysis and sort of behind the scenes work of looking at the fire impacted area, including, looking at all of the damage that occurred. So, looking at not just the number of homes that were destroyed, but we've also scanned the aerial photos and pictometry to look at what outbuildings have been required to identify what sorts of issues might be present in the area, and be able to kind of have those in mind as we develop the approach for rebuilding. There's also been a large group of stakeholders that have been meeting on a weekly basis, and that's with representatives from various nonprofits such as SWEEP, the municipalities, Colorado Energy Office, the Governor's Energy Office, Excel Energy, and others. And these are efforts to support resilient and sustainable rebuilding. And securing discounts and incentives that might be available for people that are rebuilding. So we've been doing a lot of work into looking at what financial support might be available in order to build high performance homes. High performance homes is sort of the term that we've been using instead of green building. Green building sort of speaks to, climate and environment. High performance home is really for the resident himself or herself. And so we've been really trying to kind of focus on showing folks what the benefits are to building a high performance home for just their living situation. Part of the financial support that we've been working on has been collaboration with Excel to come up with some incentives that can be offered to build at various levels of green building. There's also some state legislation that is going to be proposed, and that's to provide an ongoing funding source for climate-related disaster recovery, which will be available to fire-impacted community members. There's also low-cost financing that's available for high-performance building from the Colorado Clean Energy Fund. That's for things such as resources that would be helpful to help build green elements of a home rebuild. There's also a lot of collaboration with manufacturers, distributors, and installers to put together discounts for things like heat pumps, solar, and other technologies. As people really get into kind of the nitty-gritty of their homes, we want those discounts to be available. Looking at access to solar gardens and also providing low-cost rooftop solar options to folks. And then there's been a fundraising effort through the Community Foundation in order to offset the costs of solar and building elements. So there'll be more news on that available. The Colorado Green Building Guild has also been a partner and are working with us to provide some informational sessions on high performance homes. So they'll be doing that over the next year. They've held 2 already. And then because there is so much information about this, we're really happy and excited to stand up the Energy Smart website and program. And so that is listed there. It's at energysmartyes.com/rebuild. There's a phone number and an email. And that's basically for residents that lost their homes in the Marshall Fire and have specific questions about rebuilding a high performance home, going all electric, or for the incentives, discounts, and financing that are available. We want them to contact Energy Smart, which is essentially a neutral, free energy advising service that would be available to all Boulder County residents, meaning those that are in unincorporated Boulder County, as well as residents in Louisville and Superior. So that's a county-wide service. Part of that is having a clearinghouse of information that will be available so that residents, builders, and contractors can all access the same information and resources, regardless of the varying building codes that each jurisdiction may have. The incentives and the discounts and funding mechanisms will be available to every resident that was impacted by the fire, regardless of the jurisdiction that they're in. Additionally, community planning and permitting, our department has been meeting with community members. So we've held 3 community meetings, and Hannah will go into those, but one was essentially a listening session where we just wanted to hear from the community before we really launched into trying to design the rebuilding approach. And then we held 2 follow-up meetings after that. We also plan on holding a specific workshop on Build Smart. That'll be coming up in April, and we'll notice that and put information on it on the Marshall Fire webpage. Staff has created a rebuilding guide, so just a brief kind of handout that outlines the entire rebuilding process from cleanup to the types of things that are available in order to build a high performance home. We do plan on assigning a rebuilding coordinator from the Community Planning and Permitting Department to each impacted fire resident. So each person will have their own staff member that will help them navigate the building permit process as they rebuild. We'll be prioritizing all of these rebuilds and giving that individualized attention to each person. Those rebuilding coordinators will be assigned as soon as we have the adopted Article 19 regulations in place. We've also been really busy creating property-specific information packets for each Marshall Fire resident. So that would, look at how much floor area exists on their property from our records, what previous planning approvals were there on the property, anything else that may be relevant as we review the rebuild. We also have been involved in an effort for the Sans Souci mobile home park. So looking at identifying unmet needs in that area and coordinating the efforts related to repairing and rebuilding in the Sans Souci mobile home park, including working with cultural brokers to really make the relationships work in that area. Also exploring opportunities to provide weatherization, electrification, and solar support in the manufactured home communities. One thing that I didn't mention on here is another effort is really been trying to engage minority and women-owned businesses as a part of the rebuild as well. This is foundational work that we think will ultimately serve the long-term goals of inclusivity and access to the green building sector in general. So lots of work that's been going on, a lot of really exciting efforts, and each of our staff members has just been really eager to help out how we can in this overall recovery effort. And we really look forward to helping each property owner navigate the process and get back to a home as soon as they can. So with that, one of the major efforts is this streamlined rebuilding approach that you will be reviewing today, and that is part of the Article 19 regulations, which Hannah will be going over. And then this slide just shows you that there is a pretty comprehensive Marshall Fire website that has been put together, lots of different tabs with various information on there. There is a specific rebuilding tab. And so all of our videos and presentations and FAQs and summaries from the community meetings that we've held are listed under the rebuilding tab, as well as resources and a link to the Energy Smart website. So if anyone has questions about rebuilding, the best place to go is to look at that Marshall Fire rebuilding tab for a start. But really excited to get input on the regulations today and ultimately really to get these regulations adopted and help expedite the rebuilding process for the folks that have been impacted by the fire. So with that, thank you for your time and consideration today ahead of it. And I will hand it off to Hannah to get into the nitty-gritty of the regs. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive right in. This is DC Docket 220001, the Article 19 Marshall Fire text amendments to the Boulder County Land Use Code to add in Article 19-500, which will establish procedures for rebuilding after the Marshall Fire. Again, my name is Hannah Hipley. I'm the Long Range Planning Division Manager here at Boulder County. This slide we're looking at here shows us the the burn perimeter in this light red color, and the dark red dots are the structures within Boulder County that were destroyed by the fire. In the county, in the unincorporated area, 158 residences were destroyed. And on those same properties, approximately 153 accessory structures were also destroyed. Then there are another 21 properties where approximately 43 accessory structures were destroyed, but the primary residence was not impacted. 102 residences were destroyed in 9 different subdivisions and 56 in sort of the more rural or unplatted areas. I just want to note here on this slide that the regulations that we're talking about today do only apply to the unincorporated areas of the county. Kim hit on this briefly, but as part of this process in developing these regulations, we did have meetings with the community. The Board of County Commissioners authorized the text amendment after the listening session in January. And we presented our concepts at the February 23rd meeting. We're at this planning commission phase in this process right now and hope to present the changes and the text amendments to the board tomorrow. However, we also have a date in April reserved to continue the conversation to that date if we need. And also just included the link here for folks to encourage people to participate in the Board of County Commissioners hearing. They can register to attend and speak at that hearing as well. So the purpose of Article 19 is really to create a streamlined and focused review process for folks rebuilding after the fire. It provides flexibility by extending timeframes for rebuilding following the fire. It allows changes to structures, location, size, and height, which can then undergo a streamlined review in order for a building permit to be issued quickly. It addresses disaster-specific issues such as site cleanup, temporary structures, includes amendments to reduce the risk from future wildland and urban fires, and build a more resilient community. The graphics along this side show you how we think this process will work. And we're really kind of at this phase where cleanup is starting to get going. Folks are starting to think about what they might build, and we think that will continue until someone is really ready to submit a building permit, at which case we'll review the permit in the context of what we're going to talk about further. And then once that building permit is issued, they move forward to a construction phase. Options for rebuilding for the community are kind of outlined in this slide. Folks could have rebuilt exactly what they had before and gone straight to a building permit. And if folks wanted to build something significantly different than what they had before, the site plan review process is still an option for them. What Article 19 allows is someone to come straight to a building permit and make modifications to what they may have had before. The text amendment creates this new option. It substitutes for site plan review, and as I said, allows projects to move right to a building permit. The first segment in the text amendment addresses deconstruction and site cleanup. The Marshall Fire rebuilding approach establishes site cleanup requirements for the disaster. We know that the materials remaining on the site are hazardous, and establishing timeframes for cleanup of lots provides predictable timelines for community members in regards to remediation of the hazards. Additionally, some sites could potentially take a significant time to rebuild upon, and then if that is the case, the site should be remediated in a manner appropriate for a longer term solution. So again, the regulations propose a timeline that requires people to apply for this deconstruction and site cleanup permit by a certain date, and to complete that work by this date listed here in September. It provides two options for how that permit might be closed out. One option, if folks are going to rebuild in the real short term or within 180 days of the closeout of the cleanup permit, and requires fencing to be installed and erosion and sediment control measures to be put in place. If there's going to be a longer term reconstruction, the requirements include backfilling the site and grading it to a natural grade, and then seeding and stabilizing the soil and through the establishment of erosion and sediment control measures. We heard from the community a desire for temporary housing and temporary accessory structures, and have included provisions to allow this. Temporary housing units, that section outlines the purpose of those units, establishes some parameters around those, including that we understand how the temporary housing unit will sort of be phased out and what that looks like in the long term. One of the other big things we heard from the community is that they would like to use potentially a recreational vehicle for temporary housing. So that is also allowed under the proposed text. I did want to note, actually, and I should have done this at the beginning, is that staff is proposing some changes to the draft regulations that we issued on the 9th. Many of these are kind of clerical formatting corrections. I am going to highlight the substantive changes as we move through this presentation. So changes from the original set draft issued last week in this section include clarifying that if a property was non-conforming, meaning it complied with the regulations at the time, sort of whatever the use was. For example, in this case, if it had multiple dwellings and those were constructed legally at the time, and then the code changed and we now only allow one dwelling per parcel, those properties, if it was non-conforming for that reason, may rebuild to that same level of non-conformity. So that was an additional clarification here. For temporary accessory structures, again, the draft regulations allow these. So it permits these structures to be located on site. Again, it establishes some size parameters, speaks to the duration to which they can remain on site, after which they really need to be treated as a more permanent structure. And if they remain on site, they would count towards allowed residential floor area. Folks do have an option to remove those temporary structures if they want to. Okay, so this section, fire damaged and destroyed structures eligible for this process, really talks about what can come through this process and what's eligible. It starts off by explaining the relationship to the other portions of the code, and this is where we include the exemption, that should say from site plan review, for example. And then it goes into detail about what may be constructed through this streamlined review process. So structures and floor area that were built in according to building permit requirements in place at the time of their construction. So either it was permitted or it didn't need a permit because it predated the building code requirement for such. Those are eligible to come through this process. Our non-conforming structures and structures containing non-conforming uses are also eligible for this process. Accessory structures may be built in advance of the residence, and on these properties, our typical approach is to require a principal use to be established first. However, we heard from folks that they might like to build their garage or whatnot to use as storage or store materials in advance of constructing the residence. So this allows that as well. And then ground mounted accessory solar energy systems are also allowed to go through this expedited review. The land use code currently requires a site plan review waiver for those systems. So this exempts them from that review. And then it also clarifies that if a project is outside of the scope of what can be approved, it still is eligible to be reviewed under other processes that exist in the code, such as site plan review. So people have the option to come through this process, but they also retain their other options. In the changed draft, there were no substantive changes to this section. There were some formatting and the addition of a clarifying word. In the aftermath of a fire, you know, sometimes it's an opportunity for people to reconfigure their driveway or make it safer, make it wider so it might better meet our multimodal transportation standards. In this case, we anticipate that the majority of the access points will be reused. However, if an access is relocated, then we do need to take the time to confirm that that new proposal is a legal access configuration for them. This does allow people to make improvements to the accesses. It notes that they should meet the multimodal transportation standards, but doesn't require the strict adherence to the standards. Again, it's to encourage people to build back better if they can, but not require kind of that strict application of the standard. The time frame for eligible structures, this is a big component of this. One of the big things that this section will allow is more time for people who lost structures to rebuild in this streamlined manner. The proposal does extend the time frame by 4 years. For most people, the current land use code site plan review exemption only allows a year exemption from that process if you're building back the exact same thing. And for those folks who have a non-conforming situation, the code currently gives 6 months to submit, I think it's commence rebuilding. So this extends that time frame for them as well. A couple points of clarification is that 5-year time frame is to start as of the date of the adoption of the regulations, so not the date of the fire. And the timeline is measured to when someone submits a building permit application. We don't anticipate that people will have to complete construction in 5 years, just that they have come and applied for a permit. And then after a permit is issued and construction commences, the timeframes for when someone needs to complete that construction are really fall back on the building code, and we would rely on that. Okay. This section F, allowances and requirements for eligible structures and floor area, really talks about how construction is to occur and what is allowed under this approach. The previous section talked about kind of what could come through this process. This section focuses on how it gets accomplished and how it gets constructed. And we're going to dive into a few of these in more detail. I think the ones that warrant some more in-depth discussion. But we talk about size. How can the size change, the location change, perhaps the height. We do include an allowance for earthwork that's necessary to support driveway improvements or perhaps structure relocation. Currently, earthwork between 50 and 500 cubic yards requires a site plan review. So we didn't want to put people in a situation where we said that they could relocate their home, but then have that relocation trigger site plan review because of the earthwork that it required. We do note that limitations from previous land use approvals and conservation easements will need to be maintained. If you had a property that perhaps recognized an illegal building lot or created a new building lot, sometimes floor areas are limited through those approvals. Other times that explicit height or size limitation may be imposed. So those would carry through. There are some requirements around wildfire mitigation. We included a requirement for a traffic management and construction staging plan to be provided. And this is new in this most current proposed staff recommendation. The intent of this is really to allow coordination through information sharing. You know, we know there are going to be multiple people perhaps building on the same street. And if the traffic management plans are available for others to review, then they can also plan accordingly. Revegetation and erosion control plans are relatively standard, and this wasn't one I was really going to talk more in depth about. And then there are non-conforming scenarios that we need to address specifically. So, size. In general, the approach that is set up is folks can rebuild the legally existing floor area or previously approved area that was on their site. And this one is one of the changes that we made to the text, is to add this explicit statement. We got some feedback from the community that that wasn't crystal clear. And then we established parameters how house size may increase. And that is up to 125% of the median residential floor area, as it was on the date of the fire, or 1,000 square feet of floor area, whichever is less. And this is a change from the previous proposal as well. We proposed to remove the language related to the cumulative increases in floor area since September 8th, 1998. And are recommending this simpler approach of the allowance of folks being able to either build up to the 125% of the neighborhood median RFA residential floor area, or that 1,000 square feet. So whichever is the smaller of those numbers, that is what they would be able to construct. And we are recommending this after we considered the previous language further and realized that that cumulative counting approach would likely exclude many folks from this process. And that really was counter to the purpose and the intent of the text amendment. This is the approach that we took after the Cowwood fire. And so this is currently the approach that we're recommending today. This section also clarifies that transferable development credits need only to be purchased for the increment by which residential floor area increases. So transferable development credits are required to be purchased when homes exceed 6,000 square feet. In an instance where, say, someone had legally existing floor area over 6,000 square feet that was destroyed by the fire. So it's for round numbers, let's just say they had 6,500. And they want to rebuild a 7,000 square foot home, that transferable development credit would need to be purchased for that 500 square foot increment between what they had and what they want to build now. Okay. Location is another thing we commonly see. Folks want to shift a little bit, or move the house in one direction, maybe angle it differently. And the location of a house is one of its where it's located defines sort of the level of impact. And you can see in this slide here, we have a variety of types of lots. And the potential to move houses on some lots is much greater than it is on others. But the way we felt to keep sort of predictability in the outcomes and the impacts was to require that rebuilding occur in the same general location of the previously existing footprint. Again, this provides predictability for everyone and minimizes new impacts. And we also needed to create an approach that was well defined for folks, so that it was understandable and simple to implement. And we think this does that. This slide kind of shows you what that language means. So again, the language is that structures must be located in the same general location as the previously existing structure and shall reuse 50% of the footprint of the previously existing structure. So in this kind of hypothetical example, we had two structures. In this first option, they could shift the location down and still use 50% of the pre-existing footprint. This is the dark purple that shows us the overlap with that pre-existing structure. They could reconfigure it in this way as well. Again, still using 50% of that footprint. Or here's kind of another option if they're changing the footprint and the size. Additionally, we did include some language in this version that was not in the previous version for clarity's sake. And that floor area that was distributed amongst multiple structures may be redistributed so long as the redistributed floor area does not change use classification. So this is what this last piece is showing us here. If these folks had a house and a detached garage, both which were residential floor area, they could move the residential floor area of the garage into the home. So again, just as this notes, this isn't an exhaustive list of the options for these folks. We just wanted to try and show you what this might look like. Okay, the other component to this location talks about non-conforming structures. And again, a non-conforming structure is a structure that was legally constructed and then the zoning regulations changed after. So they become legally non-conforming to the regulations. And we see this in Marshall, for example, in a number of ways. Some homes that were located in the front setback, they could have been located in the ditch setback. This orange here along the front is the front yard setback. So we just wanted to clarify that these non-conforming structures are allowed to relocate to a larger than the 50% degree when that relocation allows them to achieve a higher degree of non-conformity. We also are proposing to that setbacks for non-conforming structures and structures containing a non-conforming use from an irrigation ditch shall be 20 feet from the center line of the ditch. There's additional language here that says, provided the development does not conflict with the easements for the ditch. So what this slide is showing us here is the way the land use code reads now is that a setback, it requires a setback of 50 feet from the center line of the ditch. It allows that setback to be reduced to 20 feet if the county and the ditch company agree. So this change that we're proposing just reduces that ditch setback to 20 feet. So this light blue that you're seeing through here, oh, sorry, I clicked my mouse. You know, is the relief that this change in the ditch setback would provide. So these structures could be conforming with that setback. Again, so this is an example in tailored off a kind of in Marshall. We have some pretty small properties there. They are highly constrained by both their lot size and sometimes the lot configurations, but also the variety of setbacks. And this illustrates that. This is the Goodhue Ditch setback. You can see the portion of the lot in this instance that's not kind of encumbered by a setback is not very large. So when we make some reductions to the ditch setback, it does increase the area available. the house could be relocated, set back a little bit more so that it's not encroaching as far into this front yard setback. So we would consider that to be more conforming. And really just to provide some additional flexibility for these more challenging situations, that they can reuse less than 50% of the pre-existing footprint if it allows them to become more conforming. Okay. So our next topic is height. And the proposed regulations do include allowances for increases in height. And this really relates to the kind of things we heard from the community about changes they might want to make. You know, perhaps if you had a really short, low kind of 1950 structure, being able to raise the ceilings a bit, or add a second floor to some extent, maybe expand a second story. So the modifications that we've included hopefully capture what folks needed. So on a structure that was previously 1 story, the height of the replacement structure may be increased up to a maximum total height of 20 feet from existing grade. It can also be increased up to the maximum height allowed in the zone district if the second story is limited to 800 square feet. So the new second story has a maximum size of 800 square feet. And in the case where you had a second story to begin with, you may expand that by up to 500 square feet. So these parameters were established to kind of allow folks some flexibility, but there's limits on them because increases in height and mass and bulk can really have impacts on adjacent neighbors. And that's what this second or this third bullet point gets to here. Impacts on neighboring views should be considered in stories above, particularly in a case where the footprint is also shifted, shall be stepped back or broken up to mitigate the visual impacts of the massing. And I think we have this sort of demonstrated here. You know, this is the addition of a 500 square feet, but it's stepped back from this elevation to help kind of break up the view from this direction. Okay, so the next couple of slides we have try to put this all together using one example. So in this case, for example, we had a partial 2-story house with a shed in the estate residential zone district. The residential floor area out here was 2,018 square feet. Oh, I'm sorry, 3,267, which includes these 2 structures. So in this case, the size, 125% of the neighborhood median is 5,508 square feet. Their allowable increase in square foot or in floor area here would be 1,000 square feet as the regulations are proposed. And then they could relocate their potential floor area in a number of ways or combine all of it together. So there, you know, the result here, there are options, but I think one thing this does show is using the, you know, linking their new development to kind of the original floor area or footprint establishes a pretty good idea of, you know, where that additional kind of where the change might happen around it. Okay, wildfire mitigation requirements are also included, and these are detailed in an appendix. This appendix is applicable until amendments to the Boulder County Building Code related to wildfire provisions in Wildfire Zone 2 become effective. And the proposal in Appendix A matches Wildfire Zone 1 building code requirements with 2 exceptions. It's eliminated the defensible space requirements and simply requires the installation of a non-combustible perimeter around new construction. And it removed the prohibition on unreinforced vinyl windows. Okay, so back to non-conforming structures and structures containing non-conforming uses. These are complex for us. And there is a substantive change that we're proposing here for these regulations. The previous language required that alterations to these structures and uses complied with certain citations in the land use code. And again, after looking at those citations again and our intent behind this article, which is to allow nonconformities, the opportunity to make modifications that align with those cited articles, but without the strict application of those, because the strict application of those specific code sections would preclude them from making quite a few of the changes that we wanted to provide them the opportunity to have. So the new language is here on this slide. Instead of requiring the compliance with specific sections of the code, we note that these alterations, that they're eligible for the allowances provided by this article, provided the overall encroachments into the setbacks and or the increases in heights are not increased or exacerbated beyond what previously existed for encroachments. And again, clarifying here that non-conforming uses may be reestablished at that previous level of non-conformity. So for example, there were a couple properties in Marshall where there were 2 dwellings on the property. Both of them were destroyed. Those people can rebuild both those dwellings. Okay. The last few sections of the regulations relate to appeals, compliance, and enforcement. Just noting that a project might require a different review if they're not able to meet the provisions detailed above. It clarifies our intent to provide a quick return and review on building permits, and it does include an appeal option. You know, if a determination is made that a property owner wants to appeal, the process that we use for site plan review determinations is the appeal process we would use. It clarifies that the other provisions that are included in the land use code that are not specifically modified by this section still apply. And if there's conflict between those other provisions and things specifically addressed by this article, Article 19-500 shall apply. I apologize, I'm missing a Y. And then lastly, in regards to enforcement, the content there basically clarifies that the article can be enforced under the options available to us and does not preclude us from doing so. So at this point in time, staff is recommending that Planning Commission approve and recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of docket DC 22-0001, the Marshall Fire Land Use Code text amendments, inclusive of the amendments to the text proposed by staff today.
All right, thank you, Hannah, and thank you, Kim, for your comments. I have one question that I want to ask that I'm going to propose that we hold other questions till after the public has a chance to comment, if that's okay with other commissioners. I think we'll be blending the lines of questions and discussion pretty heavily here, so feel free to speak up if you have a concern about that. The one question I had, Hannah, was around the timing. So we're recommending approval of the county commissioners. I recall that they're either meeting tomorrow or in April to review this. So is there time for any changes before tomorrow's meeting, or depending on what we recommend, would there be a delay in that? I don't want to hold things up, obviously, but if we have some substantive questions, is there time to actually make any changes?
There is time within tonight's meeting. I think if there are more substantive things that you would like us to look into, then we would have to push the hearing we have scheduled tomorrow to the April date. That is why we scheduled both dates, hoping that we could be as quick as getting to the board tomorrow, but acknowledging that there might be things that needed to be looked into further.
I think we could also recommend topics that you bring up with the board tomorrow, rather than suggesting delay, but things that we'd like to ask you to discuss further with them for their review as well, I imagine. Okay. Other commissioners, you okay with moving to public comment right away? Okay, cool. I forgot to, but I'll open the public hearing and we'll move into folks that have signed up to speak. As a reminder, for those of you that weren't here earlier in the meeting, you'll be added to Zoom as a panelist and able to unmute yourself, add your video and speak. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak unless you're pooling time, in which case you can pool up to 10 minutes for 4 people. We have 8 folks signed up to speak, and if anybody else is on the phone, we'll come to you at the end and give you instructions on how to speak and raise your hand at that time. All right, so unless I missed anything, we'll move into comments, and Anna will begin promoting people. And I think we'll start with Edward. All right, we got you, Edward. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. You'll hear a timer at the end. And if everyone could please share their address and name when they begin, or name and address, that'd be great.
Hello, are my audio and video all right?
Looks great.
My name is Edward Yagi, and I am co-owner of 5th Generation Family Property on Big Owl Road in Allens Park. Regarding anything the Boulder County government says or does right now, there's still an elephant in the room, and he ain't going anywhere. He's getting fatter and more dangerous every day. The elephant is this: the taxpayers of Boulder County have no reason to believe that county officials are looking out for our interests, and no such expectation can exist until you come clean on your extensive record of dishonesty and unethical behavior. Allow me to clarify. Over the last year, you have harassed property owners, refused to reply to emails and telephone calls, viciously suppressed one of the most promising new economic developments in decades, violated state law regarding employee conduct, and raised our property taxes by more than 20%. I am retired from 2 full careers in government service, so I know a little bit about responsibility and setting priorities. While Boulder County experienced a mass murder and destruction of homes on a scale normally seen only in war, your #1 priority for some time has been to terrorize short-term rental property owners, managers, service providers, and guests into oblivion, citing an unrelated affordable housing crisis that, if it exists at all, which is extremely debatable, you created very deliberately with your urban planning, tax policy, and single-family home zoning laws that county residents themselves have demanded and supported since at least the end of World War II. As for the burned down homes of Boulder County, nothing about it is a great thing to be happy and excited about, Ms. Sanchez. What a horrible perspective. The grief, loss, and disruption is huge and has only just begun, in large part thanks to you. Boulder County's over-the-top zoning laws, building codes, restrictions, environmental policies, and nightmarish administrative mismanagement guarantee that it will take years and many times the original cost of most homes to rebuild, and that's just to original specs, which is not likely because technology and times have changed. Rebuilding larger, better, or different will cost much more, and some of these homes will need a decade to rebuild, if ever. Hundreds of Marshall Fire victims will never live on their current properties again. The elephant in the room is not budging. At this time, Boulder County does not have either the technical or ethical capacity to accomplish anything except make its citizens' lives miserable. At public meetings, anyone can see that county personnel do not understand their own existing regulations and sometimes have no clue what a meeting is even about until even after it has already started. A horrifying example of this occurred just yesterday at a crucial conference, a year in the making, scheduled months ago, with dozens of attendees that the commissioners aborted in less than 1 minute. What you and the public should say to the 94-page Article 19 document that land use threw together in a couple of weeks: get back to us after you repeal your sick and cruel short-term rental rules. Doing so might help restore trust and free up enough resources to help the Marshall fire victims. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you for your comments. Ellen is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I guess we're all awake now. I was,
Ellen, if you could share your name and address, please.
hi, I lived at 5743 Marshall Drive, which is part of Colorado 170. It's the very busy road that goes between El Dorado Springs and Costco. I am speaking today on behalf of the Marshall community, as I've been meeting with the Marshall community members, my neighbors, and nearly all of Marshall community is really full of non-conforming structures, mostly because it's an old village that's partly become a very busy road, and we have 2 ditches that are adjacent to many of the homes. So what we're concerned about is making sure that everyone can rebuild without going through a long site plan review process. Fundamentally, there are like 3 sections of town. There's the little bitty houses right next to the road, which is part of the presentation that Hannah did on non-conforming structures. Then there are little bitty houses very close to Colorado 170, which is a super busy road. And then there are houses placed all over the mesa. And each of these neighbors have different concerns, but mostly we all want to be able to rebuild, respect each other, even though at this point in time, we're almost all non-conforming, and we don't want to see everyone in the neighborhood have to go through site plan review because we're trying to get away from the road, get away from the ditch, or try to expand our homes a little bit. So that's most of the concern that we have, is on timeline to make sure that our communities are able to rebuild. So that's most of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stephen.
Chair Libby, this is Anna Milner, staff. I don't see Stephen present in the attendee list, so I'd like to allow to talk any individuals on the phone in case Stephen's dialed in. Stephen, you should have the ability to unmute yourself with *6 at this time if you're called in via phone.
And we'll come back at the end and check, but hearing none, we'll move on to Mark, who's next.
Hi, I'm Mark Irwing. I'm not sure, I'm sorry, 3675 Silver Plume Lane, Boulder. I am speaking on behalf, I'm speaking as a citizen, as an architect. I sit on the Historic Preservation Advisory Board for Boulder County, and I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm very pleased to see that the county staff has changed and amended the draft recommendations to allow folks to rebuild back to their existing square footage. It would be nice if we could get a little bit of clarification between what, because we haven't seen that draft language, but it seems like staff described floor area of previously approved. If previously approved actually means existing, as you know, a lot of these houses were built long before there were site plan review requirements and not necessarily previously approved. So it'd be nice to get a little bit of that clarification. I will say that we were in process of permitting renovation and addition to the Matheson House, which sits on the very top of Marshall Mesa by itself. And that house was lost in the fire. Jean and Zane Blackmer, maybe speaking later this evening, were great stewards of that house, designed by Charles Hartling, which is why we were hired to kind of see it forward. They would like to rebuild a house. They would like to be able to rebuild at kind of similar size and similar location. We have some concerns about the definition of, staff's definition of height and what is a one-story building versus what's not a one-story building. The existing Charles Hartling house was not exactly conventional, as you might imagine if you know his work. And it's hard to describe whether that building was one story or not. It might be good if we could have allow staff to have some flexibility and the rebuilding coordinators to have some flexibility when meeting with applicants in terms of exactly what 1-story means and what those height requirements mean. Otherwise, I'm excited to see staff's recommendations. We'd like to see the written draft, and thank you staff for putting in all the time. I know how much time it takes to do all this stuff, and thank you planning commissioners for having sat on a lot of boards, for putting in the time to hear everyone out today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your comments. Thomas is next.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me give some of the comments. We are at 903 Paragon Drive, so on a 1.5 acre lot, which is fairly small house, about 2,000 square feet. And we are in the process to plan a rebuild with a high performance house. One of our concerns is that the location, basically reusing 50% of a footprint of the previous existing structure, makes it more difficult for a small house to move into a location that gives us more defensible space to the neighbors. So in our instance, the neighbors to the west all burned as well. They all lost their houses. The neighbor to the east, because we were kind of offset of our property to the west, they all survived. So we would love to move our house a little more. And we propose a small tweak to the spirit of the Article 19 section FB by basically allowing small houses to move, only cover maybe 20%. So a 2,000 square foot house only covers 20% of the existing footprint, versus let's say a 5,000 house covers 50%, or it would give us a little bit more freedom. We could play the rules if we basically build bigger. I mean, we're actually planning to build a little bit smaller, so reducing from 2,000 square feet our conditioned space to 1,700 square foot. So we could grow, for instance, our garage to fulfill those rules, but these are not goals we really want to do. And we want to create a little bit more of a fire safety zone between us and the neighbors to the west. Thank you. I think this is all my suggestion, and we also provided a written response with examples. So you can take a look at our example. That really doesn't change it much. It only allows smaller houses to move a little bit more, but in absolute terms, a small house moving isn't as much of an impact as a big house moving on a site. Thank you, and we appreciate all the work, and we also hope that the Article 19 gets approved fairly quickly to allow us to move forward with our rebuild.
Thank you. Next is Jeannie, I think. And is Jeannie here or maybe on the phone?
Jeannie is present and she's now promoted as panelist. This is Anna Monerstaff.
Okay. All right, we can hear you guys. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Jeannie Blackmore, and this is my husband Zane. And I'm going to let him. Mark just spoke on our behalf as well. We were at 6087 Marshall Road, the Matheson House, Drive, yeah. And so he did a great job. But Zane may have a couple of things.
I haven't seen the draft changes from today, so I can't speak into that, but I believe that Mark, his description clarified some of those pertinent points. Yeah, I'm also hoping that we can get some clarification on those items so that we have better understanding of how to move forward. And I think that will conclude what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next is John Stevens.
This is Anna Monerstaff. Mr. Stevens, I'm having some issues promoting you to panelist. I'll give it one more try. You'll need to click OK to be promoted. A pop-up should appear on your screen. We'll wait for you to join, and if not, I'll press allow to talk. Another option would be to try to rejoin the meeting.
There's two John Stevens in the meeting, so it could have been a Zoom issue. If we can't get it, John would recommend dropping and rejoining. We can come back to you in a few minutes. Seems like it's not working, Anna.
No, let me try allowing to talk really quickly, and if that doesn't work, then we'll ask Mr. Stevens to rejoin. So let's do that.
Oh, there's John just appeared.
Looks like it worked. Mr. Stevens, you should be promoted as panelist now.
You'll have to unmute and then be able to speak. All right. John, we can't hear you if you're speaking. You have to unmute on the Zoom meeting, or we're gonna have to move on. All right, I think that's you now. You there, John?
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
You know, I had joined as a panelist, but I actually don't have any comments. Other than I'm very much in favor with the good job that they've done, and believe the rules as they set, or the amendment as they set forth, is overall very, very good. And I appreciate their helping the victims have a smoother and easier path to getting their lives back together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The last pre-sign up we had was Laura, Laura Schmonses. I don't see Laura in the attendee list. She might be on the phone. Or tell me, Anna.
I don't see Laura present in the attendee list. Laura, if you're on the phone dialed in at 208-201-6926, I've just asked you to unmute, and you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're having technical problems, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and we can try to address those.
If not, we'll move on. All right, gave it a 5 count there. We had one person sign up in the chat, is PJ Bosley, who I think is still here. Phil, if you can promote him, Anna, we'll go to our last plan comment.
Phil has been promoted.
Hi, I think I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you. Go for it.
Yeah.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Phil Bosley. Everyone calls me PJ though by my nickname. My address is 963 Paragon. I'm right next to Tomas Hauser, who spoke earlier, and I wanted to speak to his same point. I think the 50% of foundation rule for moving. Okay, so just to be above board, we plan on building pretty much exactly in our same locations. This doesn't affect me so much. But for the Hausers, their 50% of foundation rule is, how do I want to say this? Not taking into account the size of the house versus the size of the lot. And there's at least one other instance of this that I can see where an owner on a 13.5 acre lot would like to move their house a few hundred feet towards the center of their lot to get away from some large power lines. And the Hausers who want to move their fairly small house again towards the center of their lot to make some more space between the neighbors. I think there should be some verbiage in there that allows for some offset between the size of the house and the size of the lot when considering the percentage of foundation that needs to be reused. I understand that it's challenging to get that verbiage correct, but I think that should be taken into consideration, because moving a 2,000 square foot house on a 2 acre lot is going to have less of an impact than someone trying to move a 6,000 square foot house on a half acre lot. My second point that I'd like to talk to, I see tonight now, maybe this is poor homework on my part, that we're going to be treated as wildfire zone 1 with 2 exceptions. I want to make sure that the county commissioners have a provision in there so that the fire hydrants that are already installed in our neighborhood can be used as the local water supply for firefighting, and that we're not going to be required to put in cisterns the way it is done up in the mountain areas. And those are the 2 things I would like to, I think that's it.
All right, thank you, PJ. Is there anybody else who would like to speak either on the phone? If you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute, or if there's somebody attending who would like to comment, you can put your name in the chat and we'll get to you. I'll leave a minute for that. All right, hearing none. Was anybody else, Anna, that we missed we have to go back to, or are we okay to proceed? I think that's everyone.
This is Anna Milner, staff, and I believe we have heard from everyone that was signed up to speak this evening.
Okay, great. All right, thank you to all the members of the public who spoke, and your comments. We'll be taking them into account in our questions as well. I think before we get back to our discussion, any responses from staff on specific comments from the public?
Hannah Hibley for Community Planning and Permitting. I did have a couple of things I wanted to respond to. There was a comment about accessory dwelling units made by one of the speakers, and I actually did mean to address this earlier in my presentation. I skipped that note. This proposal does not address accessory dwelling units. We heard from the community that was desired. Allowing accessory dwelling units is a pretty complex issue, and we didn't want to have that issue sort of impact the timeline of putting a simplified rebuilding approach into place. The discussions around accessory dwelling units are continuing and will be taken up separately. So we heard folks, conversations are still happening, but there are no changes proposed by this particular draft. In response to the speaker about non-conforming issues, I think we hear you. I think we've done what we could in this draft to provide as much assurance and flexibility for those folks who are rebuilding non-conforming structures and uses. There was a question about what previously approved floor area means. We think there could be some particular projects that may have gone through a site plan review process and perhaps didn't build all the floor area that was approved yet. So it's just a clarification that if you are rebuilding something and you had floor area approved through a process, you are able to build that. Let's see. The comments about you reusing the 50% and sort of how it doesn't maybe accurately accommodate sort of different parcel configurations. Is a good point. I think we can continue to think about that before tomorrow's hearing. There are a couple of, I think, complications is, the square footage of a home itself doesn't necessarily relate to the footprint of the home, but so there's that, I think, to consider, but I do think there might be options to allow some flexibility. So I think that's something we can continue to think about. And that concludes my comments.
And Kim Sanchez, Deputy Director of Community Planning and Permitting. I just have one brief response. Hopefully it goes without saying, but just so my words aren't misconstrued or mischaracterized, let me clarify that this is not the first time that we have met with the Marshall Fire residents that have been impacted by the fire. So clearly we wish that nobody was in this situation. And I think we've been very clear about that with Marshall Fire residents. So when I say that we're eager to work with people, it's because we're committed to helping them and that we're very interested in helping people rebuild and recover and get back into their own homes. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Hannah. All right, so to move into our questions and discussion, I'm going to suggest a way to approach that, which is that we start with our kind of general questions on schedule, the overall approach, things that don't fall into the specific lettered sub-provisions of the proposed text, and then go through each of those in sequence to kind of focus our questions around those topics. I know I have a number of things I want to ask about, but they're kind of scattered, so I thought it'd be a good way to approach that. That's okay with you guys.
This is Commissioner Shu. When you say schedule, do you mean the schedule of how passing everything or the schedule of the permitting process?
Both the proceeding to the kind of commissioners as well as the kind of overall topics around the delays and schedule and timing and things. that we discussed early on. So like it moves right into structure deconstruction, but there may be other just general topics first. Like I had one to ask about. Maybe that's why. I can start with that and we'll see if we want to go right to A immediately afterwards. Is that okay?
Yep.
Sure. So the general question I had was, this is a really significant change and I think an obvious improvement to a number of these areas. But I wanted to ask if there's any plan for revisiting this on a relatively short time frame. I expect some of these topics, especially around deconstruction and construction timing, are going to become a lot clearer in the next 6 months. And I think there's an obvious need to get something out there as fast as possible, hopefully tomorrow if we're successful. But I also would like to hear if there's any chance to plan for kind of a revisit of these topics in the short term, so there's a chance to make amendments or adjust to what's learned through the process. So we're not, this is not our one chance to get this right. Something that could be revisited before the end of the year, for example. Has that been discussed at all?
It has not.
Okay, that'd be just a request to take to the commissioners then to discuss around that if you're willing to. Any other kind of more general or unstructured comments or questions?
This is Commissioner Shu. This is not to a specific text in the amendment, so I'm going to ask this question. So Hannah, could you go to the slide where you show like the 3 different building scenarios? One where you build the exact same structure, and then the extreme where you build something completely different. I'd like to understand the time and cost related to the specific Article 19 expedited process a little better.
Let me try and get there. Somehow I ended up in presenter mode. Oh, okay. And share my screen. Is this the slide you meant?
I don't see anything yet. Oh, yes, this is the slide. Thank you. So can you talk about the time and or cost savings with regard to doing the Article 19 review versus significantly different?
Well, site plan review is a 6 to 8 week planning review process that occurs prior to a building permit application submittal. So this process that we're proposing allows modifications without needing that 6 to 8 week process. So it actually reduces the time frame for review for people who want to make modifications by 6 to 8 weeks.
And are there any cost differences between the two?
Well, site plan review has a fee associated with it. So that's more costly. The Article 19 review is something that we will do in the midst of a building permit. So there's not an additional application, there's not an additional fee. Can I answer your question?
What is the fee with site plan review?
Oh gosh. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. Kim or Dale, does anyone else know the answer to that?
Yeah, Dale Case, Director of Community Planning and Permitting. The fee is dependent on the size of the house you're building for site plan review, but it's either, I think, either $1,100 or $1,800, right around there. And so we would not be, the folks just going straight to building permit through this Article 19 review would not have that fee, and they would not have the time frame associated with that process, which adds 6 to 8 weeks to the process.
Okay, thank you. Another question. So let's say someone wants to rebuild with modifications and goes through the Article 19 review. Let's say the Article 19 was denied. How much time for an appeal of that ruling?
So that process would be an appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. a decision of whether to take an appeal to a public hearing is made at a business meeting. And then the hearing on the appeal is scheduled into the Board of County Commissioners hearing schedule. Again, I don't know what those timeframes look like right now.
Okay. And then maybe this is, I think, one last question under this general category. So if a homeowner has a non-conforming structure and wants to shift that, past the footprint, but it's still non-conforming, is that impossible? Is that impossible based on this because there's a site plan review and they'd fail under non-conforming?
So we think that is possible. Again, the non-conforming uses and structures are exempt from site plan review under the Article 19 approach, just like everybody else. What these regulations do or allow for non-conforming structures is for them to do its, to the extent that they can, the same things we're allowing everybody else to do. Add square footage, shift the location. However, their additional challenge is their non-conformity, right? Sorry, I'm trying to find a slide that I think might help. So we think shifts could occur. Say someone encroaches, the front of their home encroaches into the front yard setback 5 feet. Well, shifting the home in one direction or another doesn't increase that 5-foot encroachment into 10 or 20. So what we're interested in is making sure, or is allowing nonconformities to rebuild, to have some flexibility, but not create additional and further encroachments and irregularities in regards to the setbacks.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, I guess, more general questions before we move on to the deconstruction topic? Mark?
Yeah, Commissioner Bloomfield. Is there any consideration or is there any possibility of reducing the timeline for SPR if they wanted to move the house significantly? And I would say particularly if they wanted to move it for resilience reasons.
I can jump in to respond to that, Kim Sanchez. The site plan review timelines are codified, so it's a 28-day review process, including referrals to outside departments and agencies. We haven't proposed any amendments to that timeline. However, what we have committed to is that if a fire impacted resident does want to proceed with changes that are outside the parameters that allow for this streamlined review, and they do want to apply for site plan review, we will prioritize that site plan review. So they wouldn't need to have a pre-application conference. They wouldn't need to get on the submittal schedule, which I think some people were making comments about there being a backlog and a wait for that. But really the rebuilding coordinator would facilitate the review of that site plan review per the codified timeline.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thanks for allowing me that general question topic. I had a question on deconstruction, and I'm welcoming the others on section A of the proposed text. The question I had was, I feel like that timeline is relatively fast in what I looked at in that slide. And I want to just ask for comment from staff. I don't know personally, is deconstruction already progressing, and is this a realistic timeline, or are we going to be reaching the end of June and saying, wow, no one's really close to being done, we need to amend this?
That's a great question, Commissioner Libby. We drafted this timeline after talking with some other folks in the county about the anticipated timeline for the coordinated debris removal timeframe, understanding that we wanted those folks participating in that process to also be able to meet the land use code regulations. And we understand that that process is anticipated to start in March. And so this timeframe actually is beyond that March date. So I think it's generous enough based on what we understand about the timelines required to clean up and the efforts already going on around that. And then it does provide 3 months to have that work completed. So they were not dates we picked out of the air. We did kind of try to set things that we thought were achievable and reasonable.
Sure.
Without pushing it out so far that the materials stay around in the environment for any longer than necessary. You know, there are community members that still live in these neighborhoods in some cases. And so it was a balance.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't mean to imply you picked out of thin air, but more out of concern for if there are some residents who have either financial restrictions or live elsewhere, had to move elsewhere, and simply can't coordinate this in the 3.5 months between now and when it has to be approved. I was thinking there might need to be some flexibility there, but if this is aligned to what folks are telling you about the timing, I think that's great. Just wanted to ask the question.
Well, I mean, I think those challenges around debris cleanup are valid, and you know that's one reason the county's pursued this coordinated debris removal program that folks are eligible to participate in.
This is Commissioner Shu, picking up on that. So is this permit timeline, this is if you decide to do a private removal and not participate in the county program, or is it also inclusive of the county program?
It's for both.
So, okay, then following up on that, when the June 30th date was decided, was the lawsuit by former FEMA director, heck of a job, Michael Brown, already filed?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember when we had that conversation. And I don't.
I don't think we need an answer necessarily right now, just to say that my concern, I think David is echoing it, is that if we suggest codifying this, we have to have something, of course, but codifying this doesn't need to be revisited in 2 months. Back to my topic of, we're putting in things at a very hard dates that need to be further reviewed. There's many reasons this could get thrown off out of people's control, and then there's suddenly a non-compliance with the land use code. Or with their permit, at least, not necessarily the code, but.
This is Commissioner Goldfarb. I have a question in regard to the deconstruction permits, and I'm having trouble pulling up the language in the handout that we got. But as I understand, the last day to apply for a deconstruction permit, and you said that's either privately or through the government program, is the 30th of June. Is that right?
Correct.
What happens if somebody doesn't apply? What's the consequence for that?
That is covered by sort of our normal enforcement mechanisms. I think what we would do at that point in time is reach out to that person and try to figure out what's going on. And but if time goes by and people just are not cleaning up the sites, that is the method in which we enforce the land use code. There is an extension for the permit closeout if we felt like some additional flexibility, an extension around that application date were appropriate. We could add that.
I think that might be a good idea, and that may get to your point, Sam, in regard to this being a short timeline.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be a change. I'm just commenting that I'm concerned people won't hit that deadline. So yeah, that elective, I think, extension covers it. Are there other deconstruction topics? Otherwise, we'll move on. All right, any comments or questions around temporary structures on the fire affected properties? Sorry, Liana?
Hi. Yeah, this is Liana James, Assistant County Attorney. I've been noticing a lot of comments going into the chat, and I want to remind everyone that the chat is not part of the record. So if you have questions or need clarification on things, I just want to encourage everyone to ask them as part of this hearing instead of in the chat.
Yeah, and since public comment is closed at this time, there will be public comment, I believe, in the county commissioners hearing, so you'd be able to pass those questions to that next meeting. Is that correct, staff? Okay, so yeah, I know the public can't now comment because we finished that section, but if you do have comments or questions, that can be covered in that next meeting.
Right, there is a public comment period at the Board of County Commissioners.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any questions for staff on the temporary structures?
This is Commissioner McMillan and Commissioner Libby. I don't know, do you want to take sort of comments now, or you just want to limit this to questions?
My opinion is we should just do both. It's going to blend into it.
Do both at the same time? Okay, well, I think this is an appropriate time to kind of plug or at least in my opinion, the ADU comments that we're hearing. I think we want these people to rebuild as quickly as possible, and accessory dwelling units would allow them to get back on their property in a structure that will permanently be on the property in the long run. So I just want to give a little nudge there and say, I think that's a really good opportunity for us to help people get back on their property quickly. And so I think it's outside of this Title 19 piece, but I put a little urgency there to see if we can move that forward and help people get back on their property. So that's my comment on that matter. Thanks.
Commissioner Bloomfield, I'd agree with that.
This is Commissioner Shu, I also agree.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Goldfarb. I think we had two different kinds of situations maybe in regard to the ADU issue. One was somebody wanting to, as you say, get back into their property more quickly. And then there was another situation where a family was wanting to provide a home for other family members whose house had been destroyed elsewhere in the fire. So the host family, if you will, has their house still existing, but another family member lost a home. So I'm thinking that may be a different situation that you may have to approach differently.
I have nothing else to add to that. ADUs are a very complicated topic that I know we've talked at length about in the past, but I would encourage flexibility where we can with discretion on these things, right? Stories like that are obviously would be helpful. Any other questions on temporary structures or RVs? All right. The next topic is C, which has to deal with the square footage and rebuilding and eligible structures topics. This goes into solar, non-conforming structures, and I think we can cover any of the size and positioning. I guess that's actually later. I'm just reading through to see what's specific here. I believe this is basically a rebuild of existing eligible structures as they were. Is that right, Hannah? That's the focus of C.
C is sort of the gatekeeper for this streamline review. It tells us what is eligible to come through this process, and it is any legally existing floor area on a property that was damaged or destroyed by the fire. It is, so that legal floor area could be structures that had a building permit or structures that didn't have a building permit, so long as they were legally constructed. It includes non-conforming structures. It includes accessory structures, such as outbuildings that can be built prior to the construction of the principal use. And it includes ground-mounted accessory solar.
Thank you. I just had one question here on C2 around closing out deconstruction before issuance. That's not to say that you can't have the process and have the building permit ready to go as soon as that's closed out. So you could, in theory, begin the building permit review process while deconstruction is happening. You just wouldn't be issued that permit until that's closed out.
Correct.
Great.
And actually, one piece of clarification that I want to make here, the draft that was released, because this question keeps coming up, that was released last week, always allowed for all of the legally existing floor area to be rebuilt. It's just, you needed to kind of look at two different sections of this code and put it together. So what we've done here is clarify in the size component that that they can rebuild that pre-existing floor area. So both versions allow the same thing. The new version just makes it hopefully crystal clear.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Libby. I get the impression it's still not crystal clear. So this may be a topic that is easier addressed in like an FAQ of sorts than in the text. The text has to be written a certain way to be very specific and refer to certain topics, but there are probably some things here that can be dealt with in different terminology through like an FAQ on that great website you showed.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've been, madly trying to respond to comments and questions that we've gotten from folks and trying to get these to be as clear as possible, that the draft and the edits that I explained to you this afternoon were not available for people to see. So they might be basing their comments off the old draft.
Yep, understood. Any other discussion or questions on this section C?
Commissioner McMillan, just one comment about getting the information to, demonstrate that something was legally built prior to 66 or whatever that year was. I get what you're trying to do there. I know that can be really burdensome for folks and time consuming or confusing, I think, to people sometimes to figure out how to track that information down. And so this is just encouragement to say, if we can put some extra resources into assisting people, helping them find that, I think it would go a long way to giving people peace of mind and helping them get the information they need. It can be kind of like a needle in a haystack sometimes, finding an old building permit, for example.
For sure. And we anticipate that rebuilding coordinators will help with that task. We do this all the time. The county actually has pretty good aerial photography back quite a ways. So it's definitely could be challenging for, a homeowner, but
yeah. I'm sure you're up to the task. Just a plug there for some help if you need it.
Of course.
Thanks.
All right, section D is brief, has to do with access requirements and I believe the topics around driveways, et cetera, that Hannah covered. Any comments or questions on that? All right, the time frame piece, which is section E, this has to do with timing between submission of a permit and eligibility to continue with that, extending that up to 5 years. Questions or comments in this section?
Yeah, Commissioner Bloomfield. I guess I just had a question. If you have a non-conforming property, what happens if you don't do anything within that 5-year period? Do you lose the right to rebuild to that non-conforming aspect?
that is how I would interpret this. The current code, the way it's drafted, gives folks 6 months to reestablish a nonconformity, after which new construction would need to comply with the regulations, which I think in reality, for some of the more challenging properties in Marshall would require that they come through a variance process. So it's not that they couldn't rebuild something, it's just they would need the processes and the approvals in order to do that.
Okay, so there is a path after 5 years for some of
Yes.
those challenging properties. That was definitely my main concern.
I don't.
I think actually it might be helpful to put something, I don't know whether it's in the text or in the FAQ, but to put something that just says, this is what happens if you don't comply within that 5 years.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Libby. Oh, good.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say there's quite a bit of implementation that has to happen after we have a set of regulations adopted, and a lot of what we're working on is how to communicate this to the public, how to make it simple, how to take this text, that is not so easy to read and make it something that folks can understand more easily. We have already, I think as Kim mentioned earlier, started pulling together property-specific information packets that, provide building permit records, provide planning approval records. So the work to implement and help explain sort of the ramifications of this is underway. You can add that to the list.
Yes, Commissioner Libby, I forgot to mention earlier, that's a great idea also on the site-specific packets. I thought that was excellent. That'd be very helpful. I had one question on the second item under E, where it says work under the building permit must continue within the timelines provided in the building code. Knowing that there are significant concerns about availability of contractors and materials in many of these areas, what is that normal timeline for a building permit? And is there any need to look at extending that or the option to make that longer?
I would have to maybe tap Ron Flax to help answer that question about what a normal timeline for a building permit or building construction timeframes are. But one thing I did want to point out before I hand the mic to him is that part of the reason why we've recommended these regulations be for 5 years rather than sort of 3 like we did in Calwood or whatnot is that the current economic conditions and the ability to hire contractors or source materials is a little different. So we've tried to respond to that in this proposal as well. Ron.
Yeah, hi, Ron Flax, Boulder County Community Planning and Permitting Deputy Director for Building and Permitting. The normal processing, the normal building permit has a 6-month timeline associated with it, but I'm able to grant extensions upon request with cause demonstrated. So this is something we've been doing on a pretty regular basis in the current climate. So if someone is just having trouble accomplishing their building permit, but they're proceeding along and trying to make it happen, we can grant extensions for that.
Commissioner Libby, that's 6 months from issuance to completion?
It's actually 6 months from issuance to an inspection. So the actual building permitting process can take quite a bit longer. It usually takes a year to a year and a half for many of our new homes. So it's actually from the time the permit is issued, you have 6 months to call for a building inspection to demonstrate progress. So if you have more than 6 months without progress, normally the building permit would technically expire, but we can grant extensions, and we often do.
Okay, and then following that initial inspection, is there some other timeline of 12 to 18 months?
It's 6 months again. It just keeps
You
resetting.
just have to go to the
6 months.
next permit every time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that
So
makes
that
sense.
way,
Thank you.
some projects take quite a long time to build, and we just want to see that progress is continuing.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Any other questions here? All right. Section F is allowances and requirements for eligible structures and floor areas. This has to do with the ability to increase the floor area, change shape, location, height, etc. So what questions are there in this area?
Commissioner Bloomfield, kind of a sort of tangled comments, but I'm wondering if you've considered any benefits for reducing the square footage from what was there. And one possibility there would be, forgetting his name, Mr. Hauser said that they were going to reduce the square footage, and then they had the question of the 50%. I'm wondering if you could apply any reduced square footage to like that 50%, so that you would have more flexibility in where you move your house if you're reducing the size of it.
Is that a question? Do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I think overall, I'm wondering if staff has considered benefits for reducing the square footage.
So these regulations don't propose any benefits or kind of provide incentives for that. It's an interesting question. And I think one we can mull over as we consider the idea about, how square footage or floor area might, and parcel size perhaps, might impact in a person's ability to relocate.
Yeah, I don't have any other great ideas for rewarding reduction of square footage, and I don't think it's something that should hold this up for tomorrow, but maybe as we refine it in the next couple of months, that could be a possible solution.
Commissioner Libby, I had just a brief comment on the same topic as Mark. There were two examples given of folks who'd like to move their house in what sounds like a better direction away from others to the center of their lot, et cetera, off of their existing floor plan or their existing foundation. And I think there's a reason that that's not being supported, because that should be something that gets reviewed and talked to neighbors about and thought about in the context of the land use code, et cetera. But maybe there's an opportunity for like director level executive decision on that, right? If in this process they're making a proposal to move and they're 40% of the original floor plan, is that something that the director can approve without it going to a full SPR? Maybe there's something like that that could happen as an outlet.
Yeah, and I have that noted for us to kind of talk about as staff when we, after this meeting, if there's flexibility in there. Part of our goal was really to have this be really predictable, right? So people knew if I did this, then this would meet these parameters. So that's, I think, why it's drafted that way. It also allows, the larger community to know where homes will be rebuilt. The one example where you're shifting a little bit more to the middle of the lot on that small lot. I don't know what the context of that surrounding area is, but how does that change, or how does that roll downhill for the people next door is perhaps one concern. And then again, if you have a really large lot and you want to move hundreds of feet away from your old location, that's essentially a new development. And it might have potentially a lot more, or it will have different impacts. And so the predictability is lost in that, and is the kind of the premise here is that if you stay close to where your previous site was, then we're minimizing the creation of new impacts in other places.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my comment would be, it's a really good way to look at it, to say that you're trying to give really clear guidance on what will be most likely approved and give neighbors information about what will likely be approved. And that's a good point to take away, is that there will always be exceptional cases or requests beyond that. But if this is giving 95% of people guidance that they can use to submit something that has a 95% chance of approval of this process, that's a great win. And that's just the takeaway for me from this.
This Commissioner Goldfarb, I agree with you, Sam. So long as there is that possibility for review or somehow making exceptions in certain situations where it makes sense, let's say to make the home more defensible by moving it to the center of the lot, and that it would not impact neighbors by doing that. I think we need to make sure that we are able to allow that sort of a change.
Yeah, and I think what I heard earlier in this comment, I think either from Hannah or Kim, was that what happens in that case is a new SPR process. So there is a process for that, and that it will be prioritized in that scheduling as much as possible. So yes, there's a cost now with that. It's a more significant process, but it's a more significant change, and that may be the balance that gets found.
This is Commissioner Shu. I wanted to comment on that. I understand predictability, but I also think the county should incentivize good planning and rebuilding and reward good planning and rebuilding. So if a resident like Mr. Hauser wants to build his house toward the center lot away from his neighbors, I don't see a reason why he should not be allowed under this Article 19 expedited review. I just don't see how there's going to be significant impacts from being farther away from neighbors that would require the more extensive site plan review. So I would actually, favor some exception for the footprint overlap if you move away from, adjacent neighbor, nearest neighbor toward the center of the property, something like that. Or else, if you really want predictability, remove the footprint overlap altogether. I don't see a huge reason for that myself, given setback requirements in the code. Okay, that spiel done. I do have a question about the ditch easement. So there was a comment in our email about how there's a 50 feet from center line of a ditch. You mentioned during your presentation it's 20 feet with approval from the county and the ditch company. I don't see that text in the amendment that was provided to us. Is that something that was changed from the draft that we have?
No, the current regulations in place, sort of, you don't see those in front of you, require a 50-foot setback from the ditch, which can be reduced to 20 feet if the ditch company and the county approve. So you're not seeing that in your language. That's what's in the zoning code now. What we're proposing is that that setback be reduced to 20 feet for non-conforming structures, provided that reduction and the development doesn't conflict with the actual easement of the ditch.
So I guess I find that unclear, especially since we have section H that says it, this article overrules everything else, and there's obviously confusion from the ditch company. So I would suggest clarifying this scenario a little bit more, because I guess read over the that comment from the ditch company and just make sure that things are okay in view of section H, which overrules everything else in the rest of the land use code.
This is Commissioner Fitch. I'd like to, I guess, endorse the idea of greater flexibility for particularly the small lots and small houses, even better if it's a reduction in the size of the property being rebuilt. But I think there's a question. There's a tension here between the flexibility for one individual landowner rebuilding might coordinate as the two people speaking about the Hauser's property, but they could also be doing the opposite, which is to say that the flexibility on putting a big house in a big lot to move somewhere else other than where it was originally means you might be increasing the visual impacts to your neighbors. So again, it seems to me you have to, somebody, the director and staff that are reviewing these proposals as they come up, have to be looked at in the context of what's being proposed for the neighboring parcel. So in one case, you might want to say that's just fine. In another case, you might say, this is really going to substantially increase the negative impacts on neighboring properties, whatever those impacts may be. So I think we need to have some awareness that these are not all isolated proposals that are going to come in and be judged purely out of the context of what their neighbors are doing. And that's going to be hard because you've got a substantial number of properties in the unincorporated county. They're going to come through the county processes through this particular Article 19 process, not all at the same time. You can't review them all in the context of what their neighbors are going to do. I still think there's some advantage to greater flexibility of on the 50% requirement. But there's some cases where you probably wouldn't want to let them move a really big house around.
Yes, Commissioner Libby, I wanted to go back to something that Dave mentioned that Sam, you reminded me of, that is, why not allow more significant changes through Article 19? And one of the things I thought of that I think is relevant is, like you're saying, Sam, there's a reason that the SPR process includes extensive referrals and neighbor notification, is that there may be issues that those referrals raise that CP&P is not aware of on their own until that's referred out. So there could be a reason to need to get information on, wetlands or wildlife or natural resources or cultural resources, right? That there's just not time to review in a quick process that a more significant move implies. I think if you're mostly staying near where your house was, there's some degree of trust that those issues have already been discussed or not getting any worse, basically. And so a more significant move does potentially need that kind of review.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Bloomfield. I think the other piece of that is, Sam, you alluded to this a little, is that, generally speaking, especially when you're doing the SPR, you're talking about it relative to already constructed buildings. And here you're talking about it relative to buildings that will be reconstructed. So you can imagine that neighbors who make sort of conflicting decisions to move their house, then sort of compound issues when they think they're alleviating them or something along those lines. Because we're not talking about one structure being built relative to a bunch of existing structures.
Commissioner McMillan, those are all really good points. And I think my takeaway is it's going to be really hard to write this to nail it for everybody. We could do this 10 different ways and we'd still probably have some unintended consequences or things we wish we'd done different. So for me, I think I like what you have there now. But I would try to find a way to do an administrative process to ask for forgiveness from that requirement, so that folks don't have to jump into the SPR process and go, the whole 6 to 8 weeks to do it if it's relatively simple. And I think your challenge then is going to become, well, what are the criteria that you can get approval through that administrative process to do something different? And I don't envy your task there, but I think that it's best, in my opinion, to err on the side of flexibility here to the folks who, again, who are trying to find a way back onto their property. That's, it's going to be impossible to do it perfectly, but I think I would err towards giving flexibility, and I would try to find an administrative process for them to ask for forgiveness from that requirement. But that is no easy task, and I do appreciate what you put together thus far. That's my suggestion.
This is Commissioner.
I would agree with what Gavin just said.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Shu. I think Commissioner Libby and Commissioner Bloomfield made good points, and I agree with flexibility. I think maybe the problem that we're identifying here is there's predictability, but some people might not fall under it and they need a way out. So yeah, agree with everyone else.
I have one question, Hannah. Is anyone, have we identified anyone who lost their home who is in a floodplain? Are we going to have any sort of rebuilding in a floodplain issue? I'm thinking about Marshall in particular. And if so, have we thought about, our existing requirements and I don't know if it's wise to waive them, or if we even can waive them, given, the federal government requirements. I don't even know if that scenario exists, but it just sort of popped in my head when we were talking about ditches and water. And
It is a great question. And I know back at the beginning of all of this, I researched potential hazards and I don't think I identified a floodplain.
Kim Sanchez, I'll just say that outside of the Article 19 regulations, the Sans Souci mobile home park is in the floodplain. These regulations do not apply to Sans Souci because they don't need site plan review for rebuilding repairs anyway. But I do want to just let you know that that is in the floodplain. We won't be waiving any of the requirements. Rather, the approach will be to really help people come into compliance with the floodplain regulations by identifying, what the needs are in order to do that.
thanks. Outside of the mobile home park, my request before County Commissioner would be is if we do think we have an issue with a house in the floodplain that would want to rebuild, just sort of understanding what that process would look like. Thanks.
Commissioner Bloomfield, I do have one question about this kind of whole moving the house, and then also the ability to put a second story on. There's the language that impacts on neighbors should be considered. And I'm wondering, is that something that will be part of staff review? That seems like a very general statement that can be interpreted in very different ways by different people. And I'm wondering, is that going to be part of staff review, or how is that going to be a little bit more consistent?
Yes, I mean, all of these things will be considered by a staff person. That's who's going to be checking for Article 19, making sure folks meet the parameters here. So, looking at that would definitely be done by a staff person. I would anticipate that, as folks are working with their rebuilding coordinator and talking to folks about what they're proposing and what they're thinking, is that would be the point where we would consider visual impacts and have that discussion. Kim, do you have something else you want to add?
Yeah, I would add that I also think, in addition to what Hannah said, I think she's right, but it's also just a flag for people that are rebuilding that this is something that they need to be aware of. And so we wanted to bring that to everybody's attention as they're coming up with their designs.
Okay, thanks.
This is Commissioner Shu. I had some question about the wildfire mitigation requirements. So there's provisions for using ignition resistant materials. I guess just generally, I don't know how hard these materials are, like how expensive these materials are compared to normal builds. Like if I build a normal house now, is this going, is this incurring a bunch more cost than normal builds, or are ignition resistant materials just kind of standard for production builders nowadays?
I can speak to that. This is Ron Flax with Boulder County. So we tried to focus on those materials that were really not extremely expensive. So some of the materials are relatively low cost or common. So for instance, like an important one is like a Class A roofing material. It's actually hard to find Class B roofing materials in our local Home Depots. So it's there. There is an additional upcharge, but it's relatively minor. It also includes things like ember resistant venting or non-combustible gutters. There is a bit of an upcharge for these things, but again, relatively relatively modest. So some of these things are aesthetic choices. So for instance, up in the mountains, we have a lot of people who might want to build with rough sawn wood siding. That would be prohibited. It's not really a difference in cost so much as a difference in aesthetic choices. So we really did focus on those things that didn't have a really significant upcharge. That was one of the reasons why we did in this Article 19 provisions not include the unreinforced vinyl windows, because that is a place where it could have a larger impact on the cost, and we weren't ready to do that on a county for the everyone without a little bit more analysis and study. So we are planning on doing more substantial big picture review of our ignition resistant requirements countywide. But for the moment, we were just trying to capture the low hanging fruit, so to say.
Thank you. So Commissioner Libby, I had a question about the revegetation and erosion control. This also relates, I think, back to if deconstruction is not pursued, there's a period where you have to fill in the foundation hole and revegetate the property, et cetera. A lot of good reasons why that's of concern. This specific item on 3, does that relate to revegetation and erosion control of the construction area or of the entire parcel?
So it would be the areas disturbed by construction.
Okay.
On some of these properties, they're, some of them are quite large. We expect the treatment of the construction area to be to address really erosion control and water quality concerns. This is sort of the standard approach that we normally take through site plan review, just to make sure.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking of there might be some lots that are quite large where there was a lot of loss of vegetation and erosion issues far from the home site. And this is not saying you have to fix all those things in order to do this process. It's saying for the home site and construction, you have to have a plan for that. It's not tying like overall property rehabilitation to the construction of a home.
No.
Okay, that's good. Just want to confirm. All right, anything else on this topic? Sections G, H, and I, the appeal process, compliance with other permits, and enforcement seem all close together. Any questions here? All right. Anything else outstanding? I think that's hopefully the end of our discussion and move into a motion, unless there are other topics to cover or any discussion of things we want to specifically recommend changes for tomorrow's meeting with the commissioners. I think a number of topics we raised, I'm sure you guys are taking notes and considering and would adjust your, framing, et cetera. I don't recall any specific recommendations of changes that we had that weren't either explained or things that could be handled through individual discussions or FAQs following that. Kim, go ahead.
Yeah, I've asked Hannah if she could project the red line that shows the differences between the draft that we released with the staff report on March 9th compared to the changes that we've introduced live tonight. So I just want Planning Commission, for one, to be aware and clear of what those changes are, since the document with the changes is what we're asking you to act upon tonight. And I also want to make sure that the public are also clear on those changes, since we weren't able to make this draft available, given the sort of last minute changes that we were making right up until the hearing. We weren't able to provide this in advance of the hearing. So just want to review kind of the changes that are different from the draft that was released. If we could do that, please, quickly.
Great.
Kim, do you want me to walk through them, or you just want me to scroll? Commissioners, how might you like to do that?
I think minor things we can kind of scroll through. Anything more significant, if you could speak to it, that'd be great.
Okay, if you could just tell me when to stop, that would be helpful.
All right, let's stop here.
Yeah, and this was the one that I mentioned. We added sort of this line item here about a property if the property was non-conforming because of multiple permanent dwellings, it can be rebuilt to the same level of non-conformity. One of the other changes that I made to the previous draft was to remove some redundancy. We had listed in multiple places that this deconstruction and site cleanup permit needed to be issued prior to the issuance of a temporary structure, the issuance of a new structure, and I just removed that redundant language.
All
And
right,
then
thanks.
formatting in here too, so. Here we had some clarifications about floor area is something defined in our code, which we typically capitalize. So some of this is just grammar and cleanup. I don't think there was anything substantive there.
And I think I do want to point out in this section, this is where we, in the original draft, we're trying to show that legally existing floor area could be rebuilt. The clarifications that are made in the draft that you're seeing right now hopefully make that more obvious.
Cool. One question here is, Commissioner Libby, this is the second place we have that's crossed out section about deconstruction being completed. It does exist somewhere, just not in those two places that are now crossed out.
I'm sorry, it's way up at the top about
Yeah, the
in
very
the section
first.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, the very first.
Yeah,
thing.
it's captured.
Okay, got it. Okay, just thanks. That's great.
Yeah. Just trying to keep things to the point. Okay, so we were here at this section talking about.
Yep.
This is formatting. This was a piece where we did have some substantive changes that we discussed. Again, reiterating again here that residential or floor area can be built if it, all legally existing floor area could be rebuilt, or floor area that have been approved under a site plan review. Speaking to the increases in size that are allowed. This was a change to that cumulative 1,000 square feet. That's where we made that change that we discussed. The rest of these on this page are again more clerical. We did add this comment here about, we're proposing to ease the ditch setback for non-conforming structures and uses. But we did want to note that that's provided the development doesn't conflict with the easement of the ditch. Trying to respond to some of their concerns. This was a question that had come up since the prior draft was issued, and I think we intended that this redistribution could occur, but it wasn't explicit in the regulations, so this was in addition.
What does use classification mean in this case?
For instance, if we're talking about residential floor area, you can put that residential floor area with another kind of grouping of residential floor area, but perhaps you can't take your agricultural floor area and add it to your house. It's really what that means.
But you could take a non-conforming residential floor area and add it to your other residential area.
Yes, as long as it's residential, you can mix and match, and as long as it's agricultural, you can mix and match, but you can't mix the two. I hit on this very briefly, I think, during the presentation, but this was in addition. We're asking that property owners submit a traffic management and construction staging plan. And this is in recognition that multiple property owners are likely to be under construction, and we want this information to be available so others who are doing construction are aware of the activities on other sites and how they're kind of handling their materials and their parking and that sort of thing.
Is this the kind of thing that someone would have to hire an engineering firm to complete a plan like this, or is it relatively informal?
I would anticipate that the builder or whoever's doing the construction would be able to put together a plan like this. They usually need to plan these things anyway. So it's just providing us those details.
Okay, we've seen lots of traffic management plans that cost a lot of money in front of this commission, so we'll make sure it's not something intense like that. It's just a summary they can provide from the builder. That sounds good.
We talked about a revegetation and erosion control. This was the change that I discussed about removing the specific citations to the articles of the land use code that speak directly to non-conforming uses and structures. This new language does provide more flexibility than what we have in the code. This is the appeal language. We didn't have any changes here. Compliance with other, there were no changes from the original language in the remainder of the document, except some formatting.
This is Commissioner Goldfarb. I noticed something just as we were scrolling through this that I have a question about. I think it was back up in C. It was in regard to increasing the size of a home, and the language the size presumed to be compatible with the defined neighborhood. What's a defined neighborhood?
So in the site plan review regulations, we determine compatibility based on that defined neighborhood. And the neighborhood is typically the subdivision, or if you're not in a subdivision, it's those properties within 1,500 feet of your property.
Okay, so for example, Spanish Hills, Benchmark, Paragon, those would all be separate neighborhoods?
Correct. Paragon
Okay.
Estates is a platted subdivision, so we would look at the lots in that plat.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks for going through that. Great idea.
Just one last change that was just pointed out to us in Appendix A, excuse me, under the roof covering. So it's R327.4.1. It should actually refer to wildfire zone 2 instead of wildfire zone 1. So roof covering materials installed in wildfire zone, it should say 2 shall be listed Class A roof covering materials. Ron Flax just pointed that out to us. So one last addition that we want to squeeze in there.
This is Commissioner Shu. What does that mean? Is it zone 2 versus zone 1?
Ron, can you speak to that, please?
Zone 1 is essentially everything west of Broadway. Zone 2 essentially is everything east of Broadway. Historically, we've just divided up all of Boulder County into 2 wildfire zones. And so this is expanding these into wildfire zone 2.
All right. Certainly that's the end of the topics I wanted to talk about. I think we've covered a lot. Do you guys have other things you want to ask or discuss or move into a motion?
This is Commissioner Shu. I did want to provide some general comment. So I actually lost a house in Louisville. It was the house I used to live in until 3 years ago. I was still owning it and renting it out until it was a total loss in the Marshall Fire. And, even though it wasn't my primary house and it was, I didn't lose any personal possessions, I recognize I'm much luckier than lots of people, lots of victims of the Marshall Fire. But it was an extremely, hard process to go through. I wasn't at the last Planning Commission meeting because I was dealing with all this insurance issue and all these, rebuilding, all these things that just can't, you didn't think about before, but all of a one came up. So I wanted to make a few comments about how local government's been really helpful. I dealt mostly with the city of Louisville. And I want to say, I have some familiarity with land use code, and still the process was very daunting for me. I found that, local government really stepped up almost immediately. There was a period of time on December 31st where it's like, I wish I had this information. I don't know what to do. And, over that New Year's holiday, things appeared really quickly to the point where, there's almost too much information. There's just so much information out there. And then city staff, and I'm sure county staff, has been very helpful prioritizing Marshall Fire victims. And I'm especially glad to see, the county looking at individualizing help. That is something that I wish the city of Louisville were doing, because it's still kind of daunting to figure out what to do. And, I'm making these comments generally because there was a comment made a public comment made, and I did want to suggest that we have an agenda item on each meeting to have public comments for items not on the agenda. City of Louisville did that. We seem to have a recurring comment on things that do not pertain to the particular agenda item, and it's distracting and kind of not respectful of the actual topic at hand. Thanks.
This is Commissioner Bloomfield. David, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your house or your rental house. I wanted to say something about that as well. Certainly wanted to appreciate staff for all of their hard work. And I also wanted to just make the comment, Kim, I think there is exactly one person in the state of Colorado that misinterpreted your comments. And I'm pretty sure that the rest of Planning Commission and the rest of staff and the rest of the public did not interpret that way at all. So just wanted to call that out.
This is Commissioner Fitch. I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission request the Board of County Commissioners authorize staff to pursue the text amendments to Article 19 of the Boulder County Land Use Code to ensure streamlined and resilient building.
Commissioner Libby, not to quibble, Sam, I think we're recommending approval, not approval to proceed on the amendment. Can staff comment? Is that the right? I think the motion here is to recommend approval of this amendment to the county commissioners, correct?
Yes, what we are asking today is that the Planning Commission approve and recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of docket DC 22-0001, the Marshall Fire Land Use Code text amendments, inclusive of the amendments to the text that we propose to you today, all the way through that one last little change to wildfire zone 2 in Appendix A.
If I can I move that?
I was going to say, we can't have Hannah move for that. That sounded pretty good. I think we'll have somebody restate that if you don't mind.
I'm happy to move it. I've got it.
Great.
This is Commissioner Bloomfield. I move that the Planning Commission approve and recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of docket DC-22-0001, the Marshall Fire Land Use Code text amendment, inclusive of the amendments to the text proposed by staff today.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a second. Any discussion? Thank you guys for the motion. All right, let's see if I can find my list. Let's go for a vote. Roll call. Sam Libby, aye. Gavin.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Sam Fitch.
Aye.
And Ann.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thanks, everyone. That was a really good discussion and a lot of questions from us. We appreciate your patience from staff. That is our only other docket for tonight. So unless there are any further topics from staff to discuss, I'll request a motion to close the meeting.
One last note, if I might interject before you close the hearing or this meeting, as I just want to let the public know that we will post that draft that you recommended approval of tonight on the website. So people will have it in advance of the Board of County Commissioners hearing tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Information about that hearing, I assume, is all posted up on the CPNP site. So anybody who wants to attend that should feel free to. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you to staff.
Thank you very much,
Talk to you
staff.
soon.
Nice
Good luck
work.
tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
staff,
thanks,
for all the
everybody.
work you've done on this. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.